Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right, now that we know how to stay safe and what to buy and when to buy it, let's take things to the next level and make the most of what summer has to offer with hacks for staying cool and how to host the hottest get-together. Melanie Berlier, the Spruce Group General Manager, she's here now to help us maximize our summer. Okay, welcome, Melanie. I'm going to bring us over here. Start off with talking to us about these products and how can they help us with our summer plans.
There are so many underrated ways to beat the heat this summer. When it comes to energy efficiency, one of the simplest things you can do is swap out all of your old bulbs for the newer ones because they're more energy efficient and they're not going to emit any heat throughout your home.
Nice. So you save money on the bill and they're cooler. What about these devices here?
So the dehumidifier comes in handy because your air conditioning unit is working really, really hard to cool the air and remove moisture from the air. But if you have a dehumidifier on site, the air conditioner isn't going to have to work as hard.
Nice. Oh, I love that. Okay, and then finally talk to us about the pillow and sheets here.
Sure. So bedding is super important when it comes to your temperature control, which impacts your quality of sleep.
Yes.
With a cooling pillow, you're actually going to remove heat from your body and get a better night's rest during the summer.
That. Yeah, it's so important to sleep with a cool pillow.
And at the Spruce, we recommend really lightweight, 100% cotton sheets for the summer months.
Okay, excellent. All right, my family loves to be outside. We can't wait to get out there, use our backyard. Tell us about different things that we can do to stay cool, stay hydrated, and have a good time.
Sure. So a DIY bar cart is one of our favorite things.
Oh, that's a great idea.
So easy to do, and it's a fan favorite. So you just need, in addition to the bar cart, you need a beverage dispenser to display your batch cocktail of choice. You need super durable tumblers. Forget glass outdoors, please.
Yeah.
It's much safer to go with a durable plastic. And then you're going to want an ice bucket. If you're feeling next level, throw some succulents on there and a bowl of lemons and limes.
And staying hydrated is important, so getting a big size, getting everyone the liquids that they need. All right, let's talk a little bit about staying safe when you're in the sun. We talked about sunscreen earlier, and I think that's so vital.
Yeah, one of our favorite things is that we recommend a sun protection station. You're going to want to include sun hats, sunglasses, and sunscreen that your family members or visitors can choose from.
Okay, and then finally the sun goes down. You still want the party to continue. That's kind of the most fun because then it's cooler.
Yes.
What are some things to help us get through the summer nights?
So we love lighting. Wicker lanterns, string lights are beautiful, but when it comes to insects, an insect repelling candle is going to do double duty as both a source of warm, cozy vibes and a bug repellent.
Okay, and you know what we did? We bought one of those giant outdoor fans, which really helps to keep the bugs away as well.
Yes, those are a great idea too.
I love this wicker lamp. All right, Melanie, what about outdoor movies? That's becoming more and more popular.
Backyard movie theaters are so easy to create and they're fun for literally everyone of all ages. All you need are a screen, a projector, an audio system, a content source, and a few cables and wires.
You're like, all you need are these 7 things, but they're pretty affordable these days, yes?
They really are, and aside from the technical aspects, all you want to think about are food, seating, and maybe some mosquito netting. But
definitely,
everyone has fun in a backyard movie theater moment.
Melanie Berlier, thank you so much. So appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, well, that is our time for all of us here at NBC News. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Be sure to join me for another edition of Consumer Confidential right here on Today All Day. In the meantime, stay safe and cool.
It's Mental Health Awareness Month, and we are here today with our friend, Leonard McKelvey, better known to as many, we only know him this way, besides Charlamagne the God.
Yeah, he's one of the hosts of the syndicated radio show, The Breakfast Club, and the host of the late-night talk show, The God's Honest Truth, on Comedy Central. But more recently, Charlamagne has become a leading advocate for mental health and wellness.
Charlamagne, this is your lane. I mean, you have so many lanes, but why did you feel like this lane needed to be filled?
I mean, for me, it was just a personal journey that I started to go on like 4 or 5 years ago when I started going, to therapy. And, as y'all know, when you have a platform where you speak to millions, there's nothing you're really doing for yourself if you're sharing it with people. So I would just come in and, talk about going to my therapy sessions every Friday at 3 p.m. And next thing I know, people were coming up to me in the street saying, hey, my brother started going to therapy because of you, or my husband started going to therapy because of you. And then I wrote a book called Shook One, Anxiety Playing Tricks on Me, that came out in 2018. And so I found myself in this role of being an unofficial mental health advocate.
And you just had an incredible conversation that you're going to share with us.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, I sat down with Nadra Tawwab, relationship therapist and author of the New York Times bestseller, Set Boundaries, Find Peace, game-changing book, by the way.
Wow.
Also, Jay Barnett, a former pro football player turned family therapist and author of Just Heal, Bro. And Dr. Alfie Breland Noble, a psychologist better known as Dr. Alfie, who works with me as the Chief Mental Wealth Officer at my Mental Wealth Alliance.
So we're talking today about mental health, and I wanted to call on you three because, y'all are experts in this space. I always say I just got some experiences. I'm not an expert. I rely on, y'all and y'all Instagram posts and y'all books, to help get me through. So I wanted to talk to y'all. How y'all feeling today, first of all?
Wonderful.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, now for so long there's been a stigma attached to talking about, mental health and dealing with mental illness, particularly in the black community. So I'm curious to hear what you have been told over the years when it comes to mental health. We can start with you, Dr.
Sure. So I think, I'm Gen X, so I can say, historically speaking, the things that I heard were you keep your business in the house, you don't tell other people your business, and that having a mental illness or dealing with mental illness is a sign of everybody knows it's craziness, right? So they're like these poles. You either healthy or you crazy. And so we try not to use that word in our house to describe people. And then finally, I would say that needing to see somebody or seek care is a sign of weakness, right? So you should be able to sort of pull yourself up by your bootstraps and handle everything on your own. So those are some of the things that I heard most frequently when I was a kid.
What about you, Nadra?
I would say the thing I heard most was mental health being termed other things, like this person is eccentric, they are special, they are, stay away from them, all of these things, except this person has schizophrenia, this person is depressed, this person is anxious. Like, I saw that stuff, but it was certainly called a nervous breakdown or something else. But now we're starting to connect who people are to what their mental health diagnosis is.
What about you, Jay?
Man, the interesting thing I've heard was black people don't go to therapy, they go to jail.
That's real.
And particularly when it comes to black men and being a former athlete, one of the things that I heard often was that you don't talk about how you feel when it comes to your emotions and expressions, but the one thing that you do is you show it through your athletic ability or you show it through your performance. And also, as Dr. Alfie said, that word crazy, how many times did I hear, or did we all hear in school, well, that boy crazy or that girl's crazy? Because oftentimes we would see kids who got in trouble or kids who had behavior issues, they were either taken out of class, either criminalized, and now having an understanding, being a clinician, I think it was more of a clinical issue than it was, something to criminalize them about.
Why do y'all think that was? Why do you think it was that we felt like we were doing ourselves favors by keeping secrets?
I think if you think about what it means to have now we use the term marginalized, right? So we have these identities, and I always tell people, you are not marginal, you are marginalized. It's not who we are, it's what's done to us. And so I think when you have that kind of identity, especially as a black person or African American, there's so many other things that you are fighting every day related to how people perceive your identity. So that's one of the other things I always tell people. You don't experience racism because you're black. I hate when people say that. It's not because of what we look like, who we are. It's because of how other people engage with us based on their perceptions of who we are, right? And so I think when you carry that, you don't want anything else making you feel like the thumb on the hand. You want to be the four fingers. You want to be over here. And so when you add that label, that puts you over here. And I think for a lot of us, I can speak personally for myself and for people I've treated over the years, I hear a lot of that. I don't want to be different. I want to be like everybody else. And different is that C word, right? So I don't want to be over there. I want to be here with everybody else and treated normally and made to feel like I'm okay just like I am. And so that mental illness label I think it makes people feel alienated and pushed to the side.
Ooh, what do y'all think?
I would say I think there's a lot of shame. There's a lot of shame in Black families around admitting that there are mental health issues, acknowledging depression, anxiety. It seems like more of a weakness than something that a lot of people experience, even if we see drug abuse, alcoholism, broken families. It's like, don't talk about it, just see it and pretend it's not happening, and people have a response to that. They are impacted by that, and that comes out. And I think just not naming it really keeps those secrets going.
What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, I agree. I think shame has a lot to do with it, and I believe that shame loses its power in exposure. And a lot of times is that we've been so afraid and fear what will we look like, especially when we've already have been place or is projected of this inferior, identity that we attach to us. But then also is being viewed as inadequate when there's something going on, because it's now the questions, am I enough? What's wrong with me? And I think what we're able to do now is not only break the stigma, but also unveil that there's no shame to have to have the power to admit that there's something wrong.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
How important is it for us to have conversations like this?
It's so helpful. When we have those conversations, we're able to see, maybe that was postpartum. Maybe what I was seeing was postpartum. Maybe that was depression. But we need to be able to talk about it.
You made me think about something just now. Is it possible to even heal whatever childhood wounds you have if you don't get that piece from your parents, if your parents are afraid to open up about the traumas and things they may have went through?
The healing process is really a process, and therapy is progressive. Believe it or not, there's times that I know before I became a clinician, there was times when I was going to therapy, and I still go to therapy because every therapist should have a therapist. Let me just say that. But there were times that I would leave feeling worse because of that unpacking, taking off that Band-Aid, right? Examining that wound underneath. And many times is that you may not be able to heal the experiences, but also finding resolve is what we really need the most, because sometimes when we're dealing with parents that are not able to open up and that are not wanting to address those certain things, we have to allow them that space to go through their own process, but then stay connected and stay intentional about our own process, because healing is not for them, it's for you.
I think there's, as a Gen Xer, I feel like the Gen X kids kind of sit and watch boomers and millennials like sort of go at it with each other. And I think what that does is it gives Gen X a little bit of a unique perspective, right? Because we were the latchkey kids. So we were the ones who had to figure it out on a lot of it on our own anyway. And I think what I see is millennials giving Gen Xers and boomers and older permission to start to open up about these things.
Yes.
And I think at the same time, what I see is that those boomers and veterans and older folks, like my father's a veteran, that generation, they did what they could and what they knew how to do at the time to survive, right? So I think the benefit, the gift that they gave us younger generations is they gave us space to have a little more freedom to do some of the unpacking that Sister Twab and Brother Jay are talking about. And I think for me, what I'm excited and hopeful about is that the younger generations give us older generations permission to think about unpacking some of these things. And I think what the younger generations are teaching us is that it's okay to not be okay. You know, you hear people say that all the time. You know, and I love black young folks that they're like, my therapist is dope and my therapist told me. And I think that being in the public lexicon, it really just opens up space. So that's, for me, I'm more on the hopeful end of seeing how the conversation, even doing this couldn't have happened 10 years ago, right? So I appreciate you for creating space for us to do this. And it helps so many people when we give ourselves permission to be okay with, I always say, we're perfect in our imperfections, and in every moment that we're growing into a more perfect version of ourselves. And that perfection is unique to each of us. So having a flaw, so to speak, that's just part of your growth process. So for me, that's what it is.
No, what you said about giving, folks permission is very true, because when I started talking about my issues, that opened up my father to tell me how he was going to therapy 2 and 3 times a week, and how he tried to commit suicide 30 years ago, and how he's been on 10 to 12 different medications, So it's just like, that helped me give him grace. Because when I started going to therapy, I realized that I had a lot of daddy issues, which is something men don't talk about. You always hear daddy issues and think it's just, you relate that to women. But nah, daddies do a number on the sons too, in a real way.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys.
Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Who should you seek validation from? Because it's something we all need, right? So it feels like everybody's environment is social media now, and everybody's seeking validation from these people that we know don't care about them in any way, shape, or form. What kind of impact you think that's going to have on kids' mental health?
You know it doesn't have, it's not real. You know that. I think for a lot of us, and a lot of, I won't just say young people, because a lot of folks that ain't
That's
so
right.
young do
Adults.
the same
Grown
stuff.
folks. Now you're right.
There's a lot of grown folks. So I think ideally, I think we would all agree. We would say we need to seek it from within. I think the challenge is always, how do you get there? If you've never, I'm just listening to everything that my colleagues have said. If you've never had anybody teach you how to get there, how do you know where to start? If you don't know that it's okay to go seek out help from a professional like these colleagues here, where do you start that? So for me, it's you want it from yourself, but I always want to encourage my children and people I work with and the people you and I work with through the nonprofit Mental Wealth Alliance. We want to encourage them and give them some tools for how to begin to seek it. It's easy to say, seek validation from within. I think the hard part is figuring out how to do it.
Yeah, I would say we have to start looking at social media like it's a cartoon. This is not real. It's not real. That cup is not really there. They actually had those clothes on last week.
Yeah.
We really have to start dissecting what we see. We have to start looking at images differently. We have to teach our kids that this is not a representation of who you are in the real world. People are performing. I was just reading an article about crying and taking a picture of it as a part of the performance on social media. So we have to be very clear with our children that this is not real. Some of it is, and you really have to use your critical thinking skills to determine what is real and what is true in this space.
And that's so powerful because I think as you teach critical thinking, what this also do in alignment is it brings a space or provides a space where individuals can learn unconditional acceptance. Unconditional acceptance will rid you from self-comparison. Because what it does, it allows you to be accepting of yourself. This is with your insecurities, this is with your flaws, this is even with the things that you think God made a mistake on. And it allows you to be able to say, I am enough where I'm at. And I don't have to be concerned about what I don't have and what I'm lacking, because what I have in this current moment allows me to be enough. And when you feel enough, that within itself provides validation that when I see my brother, there's nothing standing in the way for me to not see him as a king. Or when I see my sisters. And when I tell people is that I can only see you as I see myself. So once I have done the unconditional acceptance part with me, even in your assess and all your accoutrements and all those different things, I can edify you and big up to you, and it doesn't take away from me, and it doesn't take away from who I am. Because a lot of times the validation that people are seeking is because I haven't come to one with who I am, so I'm constantly looking, again, showing up with your question. Do you see me? Am I enough? What else do I need to do to get more likes? What else do I need to do to go viral? But when you are one and really says, you know what, I can accept that I did not have the environment that I would like. Because I remember working with kids in the group homes when I first started and listening to these kids, often thinking that wealthy kids had it better. Mr. J, all I need to do, man, I should have been born to a rich mom and dad. I wouldn't even have these problems. But then one day I brought in some kids that were from affluent communities, and I let them share their stories. The room was silent because it leveled the playing field, because you realize that the rich kid was battling, right, with the fact of multiple resources, but not enough affection. The poor kid, right, had all affection, right? Mama, big mama, them gonna rally around you, but was limited in resources. But when they looked at each other, they both were in a deficit. So now I didn't see you as being the rich kid who had everything. I now saw somebody who was just like me. You're looking for acceptance.
Ooh. That's beautiful. So where does it begin? Where does this healing journey begin? You know, I hear Kendrick Lamar's new album, which I love. I see Drake, all of these brothers are rapping about therapy. Now I always say therapy is the beginning to me. That's where it started for me. I think that's the gateway drug, the healing. So, you know, where does it begin?
I would say therapy. In college, I started going to therapy when I was becoming a therapist because I wanted to figure out like what it feels like to sit in a chair. When I had my first client, I knew like this is a powerful thing to see someone be able to open up, to be vulnerable, to see the light bulb go off. How often do we get to talk to people and have that one-on-one interaction that is just about us, where we get to unpack all of the scary things, all of the things that we don't tell other people because we think it's embarrassing. We don't have that in other spaces. So to me, I think therapy is the gateway to healing because that is where you get your one-on-one attention that you need for the healing.
For me, I think before we get in the mental health professional's chair, I feel like I want us to have tools that we can use to help ourselves just gain a little bit more information and a little bit more clarity. Because I think there's so many of us who, when we say, I mean, we all know this, when you go to people and say, you could use therapy or I think therapy will help you, it's like, no, I don't need that, I ain't crazy, you know what I mean? So I think there's something about this baby steps. And for me, the first baby step is what can I do to increase my own self-awareness? So, I mean, I have to shout out what my colleagues do on social media. I know there's some difficulties with social media, but I do feel like there are ways in which watching Sister Nedra or watching Brother Jay or even watching what you post can give people some insights. It's not the end all be all. So that's one. Then I think taking advantage of resources from organizations that are out there, and I have to say it, where their purpose is to give you insights. I think if you can start there, I believe deeply in meditation. Start with meditation, start with deep breathing, start with just some reflection, start with journaling, until you're ready to get to a place where you can go sit in a mental health professional's chair and get that attention that Sister Nedra was talking about.
No, I was just going to add, I mean, as both of these sisters as eloquent stated, you know, it starts in therapy. And just to give some history on therapy, mental therapy was never for black people. Let me just make that clear. It was for rich white men. Even in grad school and all of our studies, the theories, the methods, Eurocentric, they were centered around studies for Anglos. Even when you look at the APA, and thank God, Dr. Bryant, who was just, she's getting ready to make some changes with the APA, the American Psychological Association. You know, out of 41,000, and I've said this numerous times, 41,000 psychiatrists and psychologists across the globe, less than 2% are blacks. So that tells you very few case studies, very few information, very few research on even how to treat blacks.
And it is a different way to treat us.
And it's a different way to treat us because we're not a monolithic. So we don't all, though we share same pigmentation or whatever, but we don't all have the same experiences. And I remember being in my supervision with white clinicians. I was the only black that graduated in my grad program. And I remember being bombarded with 8 students who were white that were working with black kids that did not understand how to work with them. And so when you look at mental health, this thing is still kind of new for us. And I'll tell you this, Charlamagne, had it not been for you, none of this movement would not be here. Because I remember when you first started, and I remember people saying, oh, he just, you know, I mean, he on this therapy kick and all of this, and you were so consistent about your journey. And people started to see the changes, and then it was not just a conversation, it was the way you lived. And that's why therapy is so important, because it helps to reprogram so you can have the ability to unlearn. You can't undo the things that have happened, but you can unlearn certain behaviors and certain patterns, and I think that's what's so effective.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys.
Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The term mental illness, it can be off-putting to a lot of people who are not informed. And they may equate it with erratic behavior, but so many of us are walking around and living successful lives, but also dealing with, mental illness, mental health issues. How important is it to acknowledge success and mental illness, mental health issues can coexist?
One thing I like to do is normalize terms. So anxiety, everybody has it. There are different levels to anxiety. There is a diagnosable type of anxiety, but there's the everyday anxiety we deal with, whether it's us being perfectionist, being nervous, having some performance anxiety. All of that is under the anxiety umbrella. The way you're impacted by it determines if it is clinical. Depressed, how sad are you? How often do you get sad? So just using those labels, and it's interesting when you're using it with Black families sometimes, and you say like, oh, he was depressed. It's like, that's exactly what he was. It's shocking. It's like when you say, oh, he's very neurotic, he's always worried about stuff. Just using those terms like it's like, regular, I'm using them like anxiety, that's how we destigmatize it. We call it out when we see it. So we have to use those terms because it's not always mental illness. A lot of it is mental health. We all have it. Sometimes it is clinical, but most of us have some of those things that we can really work through with some tools and learning how to manage them. But first, we have to be able to name it in an everyday way.
That's real. So last question, what's next? What's the call to action? What's next for our communities?
So the goal is figure out what you need to do every day, just a little teeny something to do every day. Maybe that's therapy, maybe that's meditation, maybe that's exercise. It could be any number of things, and allow that to be your North Star to help move you and help you grow into the person that you were meant to be. But the most important thing to me is the call to action is to recognize and remember your value is in your existence.
What do you think, Adrian?
Take a step. The step could be reading something mental health related on Instagram. It could be watching a show and extracting what you need. It could be reading a book. It could be going to therapy. It could also be having an uncomfortable conversation or making a personal change, but take a step. Sometimes we get so stuck in the anxiety of thinking about taking a step that we don't actually take the step, but we really need to take a step. Even a baby step, a small thing can be a really big life change.
I think this is the next step. We're sitting in it. Because it starts with creating visual aids for people to continue to see this is what mental health look like, right? Now the world gets to see us have this conversation progressively, uniquely and authentically. The more that we're able to create spaces of us speaking about it and sharing from our experiences, whether it's clinical, whether it's personal or experiential, it's amazing, man.
Nadra, Jay, Dr. Alfie, I learned from y'all. I love y'all, I value y'all, I appreciate y'all. Just continue teaching, continue being the vessels that y'all are and helping us heal.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
This is the
A little
Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Hey, what's up, everybody? We've got a jam-packed Pop Star Plus for you. On the show today is the woman behind the voice of Bart Simpson. Of course, Nancy Cartwright shared some memories from over 30 years of The Simpsons. And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch. It might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, you know, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I think Bart Simpson's probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about, like, what's my favorite. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know, that's a really good one. Because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. You know, if you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter.
If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports. Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, when Bart gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into... He just gets really, really sad, and he's super sincere about how he tried to study, and he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade, and that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show, and nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, it's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am, because I don't look like him, my skin's not yellow, 9 spikes, I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh, hi, Katie, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? And it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice quote unquote normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope. It's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, the relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special. If people gave it a chance, I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. In examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors, to play the roles, and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. You know, it was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, you know, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got Nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal, so I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, she gives me added security, and and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place and so sweet that I said, you know, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seemed suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck. basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And I mean, the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool. It isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind-numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, well, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, you know what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. Like my outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off. And I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh my God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here, and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
Hey, friends out there watching Today all day. So glad you tuned in again for our digital show Today in 30. It is Wednesday.
Got a big show for you, including Savannah's interview with Johnny Depp's legal team. They joined us right here in Studio 1A to talk about that stunning verdict, what's next for Depp. We'll have that and more straight ahead.
And then we got big news about a historic first in a cancer drug trial that seemingly cured all patients involved. Just ahead, Dr. Azar will tell us more about these unprecedented results and the hope they're offering, what they could mean for the future of cancer treatment.
Yeah, all that plus Laura Dern and Jeff Goldblum stopped by to tell us what it was like returning to the world of dinosaurs 30 years after the original. This is the epic Jurassic World franchise.
And then we're going to close it out with SNL funny man and life of the party, Bowen Yang. I love him.
Jen and I chatted with him about his hot summer movie, Fire Island. So we've got a party here. Should
Let's
we get this
fire
one
it
started?
up.
Let's go. It's time for Today in 30.
We'll start with NBC's national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. A very emotional day expected here on Capitol Hill. And as you said, one of those scheduled to testify, that fourth grader who survived the Uvalde massacre. It comes as a bipartisan group of senators tries to hammer out a deal on gun legislation. And one of Hollywood's biggest stars, a gun owner himself, calls for change. This morning, fourth grader Mia Cerrillo bringing the heart-wrenching toll of the Uvalde massacre directly to Congress. Cerrillo covered herself in blood and played dead to survive the Uvalde massacre. She's testifying today along with families of victims and survivors of the Buffalo and Uvalde shootings.
Gun access is certainly a driver of this violence.
It comes as the drumbeat for change is getting louder.
We need responsible gun ownership.
The White House getting a high-profile boost in its push for new gun legislation from actor and Uvalde native Matthew McConaughey. An emotional McConaughey and his wife, Camille McConaughey, grimly highlighting a replica of a pair of green sneakers with a hand-drawn heart, worn by one of the Uvalde massacre's young victims, 10-year-old Maite Rodriguez.
These are the same green Converse on her feet that turned out to be the only clear evidence that could identify her after the shooting. How about that?
McConaughey pleading for compromise.
Can both sides see beyond the political problem at hand and admit that we have a life preservation problem on our hands?
Bipartisan negotiators now say a gun deal could be reached this week.
The American people are looking for progress right now.
Negotiators are focusing on stricter background checks, incentivizing states to pass red flag laws, and more money for mental health and school security. While Democrats don't appear to have the votes to raise the minimum age to buy AR-15 style rifles, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is privately telling colleagues he's now open to it, according to sources familiar with the matter. Later on Monday, McConaughey saying that after speaking with Uvalde victims personally, he feels that this time is different.
The main thing that we got out of it was every single family that lost a loved one or a child said, you know what, I just want some way for the loss of my loved one's life to matter.
The House is expected to vote on a package of new gun bills this afternoon. But again, this is all really hinging on the Senate. It is all very fluid, and we're now hearing negotiations could stretch into next week.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
It has been 1 week since a Virginia jury sided with Johnny Depp in his defamation battle with Amber Heard. And this morning, his legal team is joining us live to talk about the case, its outcome, and the worldwide attention it's received. Joining us now are Johnny Depp's lawyers, Camille Vazquez and Benjamin Chu. And a quick disclosure, my husband has done consulting work for the Depp legal team, but not in connection with this interview. So with that aside, let me ask you, did you speak to your client right after the verdict? What was his reaction in the moment?
I think just an overwhelming sense of relief. I was speaking with another friend of ours, a mutual friend of Johnny's and ours, and he said, I haven't seen Johnny smile like that in 6 years.
The weight of the world is off of his shoulders. He's got his life back.
As you well know, the law does not favor a plaintiff like Johnny Depp in a defamation case like this. The burden is very high, the threshold is high, and he crossed it. Frankly speaking, were you stunned at this victory? Ben?
Well, we had ultimate confidence in Johnny and the jury and the facts of this case, and you can only hope that the jury will see it. And in this case, they did, and the verdict was overwhelmingly in his favor.
I should mention the jury did find Mr. Depp responsible for defamation for one of the statements made by his lawyer. It accused her essentially of staging a scene in furtherance of an abuse hoax. How do you square that finding with the rest of the verdict, Camille?
I think it's just the verdict is overwhelmingly positive for Johnny, and it was unanimous. There were 7 people that decided he was defamed.
Amber Heard's attorney was right here the day after the verdict, and she said the jury had not been permitted to see certain evidence that would have bolstered and verified Amber Heard's claims of abuse, in particular therapist notes. What is your response to that? And was there evidence that was suppressed for a valid legal reason that might have made a difference?
I think that was very disappointing to hear that and to hear her impugn the character of the jury, and the evidence came in that should come in, and the judge was very fair to both sides.
In particular, she cites the UK judgment. As we all know, Johnny Depp sued The Sun, a newspaper in the United Kingdom. He lost that case, the judge finding that claims by the newspaper that he was a wife beater were substantially true. Now, Amber Heard's lawyers say that judgment should have come into this court case. What say you?
Was a different process, right? And also, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this case were the parties. They had different disclosure obligations. So we disagree. The overwhelming evidence that was presented in this case in Virginia far exceeded what was presented in the UK, and we believe the jury got it right.
As you know, this trial was very closely watched. Social media certainly took off in a way that we've seen high-profile trials before, but this is the social media age. Do you believe the jurors saw any of that, were swayed by any of that?
No, I don't think there's any reason to believe that the jurors violated their oath. And again, that suggestion was disappointing to hear.
Yeah, I mean, Amber Heard's lawyer said so. She said it would have been unavoidable because it's on TikTok, it's on social media. I mean, in the old days, you'd tell the jury before they went out, don't read newspapers, don't watch the evening news. Now it's everywhere.
It is everywhere, but at the same time, they were admonished every single night. And they had a tremendous amount of respect, I think, for the court and the process, and they were doing the best that they could.
Yeah. Support for Johnny Depp online was exponentially greater than for Amber Heard. Just one example, on TikTok, the Justice for Amber Heard hashtag has 27 million views. Justice for Johnny Depp, 20 billion. Heard's attorneys have suggested that perhaps this is because of an orchestrated campaign on behalf of Johnny Depp. Do you know anything about an online campaign on behalf of Johnny Depp?
That is utterly baseless. In fact, very early in the case, the prior Chief Judge White had thrown out a count in the counterclaims that related to that. It was absolutely absurd and baseless.
And you know for a fact that neither he nor his agents nor anyone tried to, in some way, pay for or otherwise encourage this kind of social media activity.
False. Categorically false.
Why do you think the jury didn't believe her? Because when you look at the verdict, it really comes down to that. The issue was, is what she's saying true or false? And by their verdict, they said it's false.
Well, my sense is that it had a lot to do with accountability, that Johnny owned his issues. He was very candid about his alcohol and drug issues. He was candid about some unfortunate texts that he wrote. And I think it was a sharp contrast to Ms. Heard, who didn't seem, or at least the jury may have perceived, that she didn't take accountability for anything.
As you know, this has been closely watched, and in the Me Too context, some people have wondered whether there is a larger resonance to this trial, whether it sends a message. Do you see any larger message beyond the case you tried?
No. I mean, frankly, we don't. We're here to talk about the case that we tried, right? We encourage all victims to come forward, have their day in court, which is exactly what happened in this case.
Do you feel confident in your appeal? Ms. Heard does intend to appeal.
We feel very confident that there are no errors that would justify any kind of successful appeal.
And then finally, I have to ask you, not since OJ, perhaps, has the trial been so closely watched and the lawyers become famous people in their own right. What has that been like for you, particularly you, Camille? I think I saw someone on social media get a tattoo of your face on their body, which is weird.
It's been overwhelming and surreal, but to the extent that I can encourage young women to stay in school and maybe inspire them to pursue a legal career, then it's all worth it.
Well, I understand you got a promotion yesterday to partner.
Well deserved.
I was going to say, about time, other partner, right? Camille Vazquez, Ben Chu. Just saying. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, we are back with In Depth today and some very hopeful news for the tens of thousands of Americans who are diagnosed every year with rectal cancer. It's one of the most lethal kinds.
Well, in a new study, an immunotherapy drug delivered unheard of results. Every single patient involved in this trial seemingly cured.
Yeah, that headline just grabbed us. NBC medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us with what we need to know. Dr. Azar, when I saw this headline, I was like, this is a miracle. This is what we've been waiting for. It's a small group, just 12 people, but what does this particular study tell you?
I know, Hoda. I'm so happy to be reporting this morning. So this was immunotherapy that is used in what's called locally advanced rectal cancer. So that's stage 2 or stage 3. That means it's gone to the lymph nodes, but it hasn't metastasized. And the standard of care for this kind of cancer usually involves chemotherapy, radiation, and then surgery, which, as you can imagine, leaves people with significant disability. And only about 25% of those folks will have a clinical remission. With this immunotherapy, the patients that they study, they want to enroll 30, they've enrolled 16, we have data on 12. All 12 of them experienced a complete clinical remission after 6 months.
It's astonishing.
I know, it's like, you almost want to say that again, because yes, it's a small number, but that's 100%.
Yeah.
And the researchers involved in this trial have said, what makes this so different? Because not all immunotherapy is this dramatically successful. Is there something about the gut microbiome? Like, they're sort of speculating as to why. But nonetheless, this is what happened. It's important to note that immunotherapy, of course, does not work for every person with rectal cancer. Only about 5 to 10% of people with rectal cancer have that right mutation that this particular drug targeted. But nonetheless, for the folks who experience this kind of, treatment response, it is life-changing.
I mean, a lot of folks are watching and listening and wondering, what could this mean for other types of cancer, other treatments?
And so this is what is so special and unique about immunotherapy, is that it's not specific to an organ. It's specific to this mutation that multiple different cancers actually have. So it was used in rectal cancer, but it's being studied in a variety of other cancers. I think we have a graphic for our viewers. It can be used in gastrointestinal cancers, endometrial cancer, breast, prostate, bladder, thyroid. And these researchers are also enrolling folks with early pancreatic cancer, which we know, of course, is traditionally very challenging to treat.
Guys, it's time for our morning boost. Here we go. So a boy who won a new bicycle had one problem. He did not know how to ride it, but he did know how to keep his spirits up while he learned. So after starting with, a nasty fall, he gets back up. Gets right back up on his feet, does a little dance. Oh, yeah? Wow. I got it. And then climbs back up, and he is going to give it another try. I bet you it is not long before he figures out that bike. Don't you worry, little one.
Okay, I love that lesson for life. If you fall, get back up, but also get back up and dance.
Do a little dance.
Yeah.
Do a little dance.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys.
Did you feel home?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I don't know. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's a very special day. When bona fide living legends visit us in the studio, we have two of them. We have Laura Dern and Jeff Goldblum. They helped launch a global phenomenon when they unleashed Jurassic Park on the world in 1993. Y'all, it is 30 years later, just about, and we're back. Y'all, welcome back. It's so good to see you.
Oh, it's so beautiful to see you
Okay,
and see everybody.
by the
here.
way, your crowd is so pumped up for this movie. I mean, the first movie was about the dinosaurs and all that, but it was more about the chemistry. So here you are 30 years later. The band is back together. Will you tell us what it was like, what the moments were like reuniting?
Well, and Jeff's heard this. One of my favorite memories is walking onto set, and we'd all seen each other, but I saw our beloved Sam Neill with Dr. Alan Grant's hat on, and I turned to my right, and here comes Jeff in Dr. Ian Malcolm's black leather jacket. And we got into a Jeep together for our first scene together, and we looked out the windshield. Our director was taking a photo. We were getting ready to do the shot, and crew members were gathered around. Some were smiling or clapping. Several people started crying, and we got very emotional just because we've all shared this first movie together. You know, we all grew up with it, and there was something very nostalgic about being back together.
Jeff, we had Chris Pratt on. He was pinching himself that he was with you guys. A lot of that.
Himself a lot. I know. I noticed that.
Yes,
What's the matter with that guy?
A lot of these guys, though, they grew up watching it too, and now they're kind of awestruck to be starring with you. But what makes this magic last, Jeff, for 30 years?
Well, what, Jurassic magic? Laura Dern, you know, the people. And, you know, Sam, well, it came from a great book. Michael Crichton wrote that book a long time ago, interesting ideas, and then Steven Spielberg turned it into a good movie. And the technology coincided with our first movie so that they brought dinosaurs to life like they'd never been. But then, I'm serious, you know, Laura Dern, you know, those characters were, you know, beautiful. Laura can't do anything that she had already done so much. You'd seen all those things she'd done before. She'd already done
on Smooth Talk and Ramblin' Rose and Blue Velvet and Wild at Heart. And we started.
My agent,
well,
and also my
we started around the same time. We did a movie. You in 1973, you were doing Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, and I was doing Death Wish. We've been in movies about the same amount of time.
Well, and Jeff, at this beautiful stage in your career, you've got 2 babies.
Yes.
Ages 5?
5 and like yours, and almost 7.
5
now.
and 7.
You've got 3 and 5.
I've got 3 and 5. But I have a question. Having your kids watch this movie, have you debated whether or not your 5-year-old is going to be watching this?
Yes. And we have plans. We bought tickets for this coming weekend when it opens. We're going to go, and they've never been to a movie theater before.
Aren't you a little worried they're going to be kind of scared of
Yeah,
these crazy
I
dragons?
am worried. They're sensitive. They say, we're not scared of anything, But we showed them Jurassic Park and the second one on TV.
Yeah.
And, the first time, they've seen it a couple of times. The first time they were, But if I said, I'll be close, if you get scared, I'll walk you out.
And they were with us, the most amazing boys in the world, and his amazing wife, Emily. We all lived together for these 5 months in the middle of the pandemic to make the film. So they also kind of know the behind the scenes.
They went into the creature shop and saw the things being made, and
I love that. Laura, on the cover of Variety magazine, who graced the cover but Miss Laura Dern? Laura, I think this is so incredible, first of all, that you're on the cover. Secondly, I just think your character, it's so funny. Sometimes you play a character and you think, well, I'm playing a character for a minute. When you played your character in Jurassic World, the first one, so many young girls made career choices based on this character. They chose marine biology. Do people come up to you and talk about that?
They do, and I was just sharing that an amazing congresswoman recently said to me that it was Dr. Ellie Sattler that made her believe that she could be empowered and have gender equity because of this film that, with Steven's leadership and our producer Kathy Kennedy, we wanted an equal partner in the story to the male characters, which, as you know well, was rare in film.
Speaking of male characters and your chest, you had an unbuttoned look that I think we're all very familiar with.
All too familiar and very male. Speaking of, you can't get more male.
May I see this? May I see the book? Do you mind?
Oh no! You mustn't torment me with this.
What we happen to have this.
Watch this.
What? Are you doing it?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay. Let's open this up.
Oh yeah, may I? Have you seen this?
No.
I've seen a prototype of this. I didn't know you were going to have this. Watch. Okay. God creates dinosaurs, and then your line, woman inherits the earth.
Okay.
But this is the book that ostensibly Ian Malcolm wrote. Watch this. Look what they made, and then there's me.
Wait, hold on. I can't. There you are. Wait, look at you.
Everything's still off. I've got lines from it. Yes.
Oh my God.
Push my head and I speak a line.
Do you remember these lines? This is the best thing ever, y'all.
I mean, everyone
Jeff Goldblum, just one button.
There you go. Look at that. They're for you. Just for you. Just for you.
We are so excited for this movie. Are y'all excited? Thank you so much. By the way, we have Bryce Dallas Howard is going to stop by our next hour. Thank you all for visiting. Congratulations to both of you. We love you. Jurassic World Dominion from our parent company, NBC Universal, hits theaters on Friday. And everyone here's got a ticket. So we're going to...
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Okay, you guys know Bowen Yang from his hilarious sketches on SNL. We could watch The Iceberg ahead a million times.
We watched, by the way, I think we did watch it on the show at least 500,000. And you know, Matt Rogers' first breakout performance in Showtime's I Love That For You.
Oh my God, we love that show. Together, these two, by the way, who are best friends, create comedy gold. First grabbing the attention on their hit podcast, Las Culturistas, and now starring in a new movie. It's called Fire Island, a Pride and Prejudice-inspired rom-com. Take a look.
Don't you even think? Do not pass on this icon. No, the defense is wrong. No, the defense is wrong. No, the defense is wrong. And Joe Pesci, how do you know? And she goes, I'm positive. I'm positive.
Penelope Cruz.
Oh, my biological clock is ticking like this. And the way this case is going, I ain't never getting married.
Oh my The answer was
Marissa Tomei.
All right.
Know that you're not invited to our party.
By the way, how cool is this? Y'all are best friends. You happen to have a hit show. I mean, is this like the perfect storm of life for you guys right now?
I can't believe it.
It's wild.
It's truly wild. I mean, we've known each other for like 12 years at this point.
Yeah, and we met at NYU. I was in the sketch group there. He was in the improv group there, and we were both the only gays in the group. So everyone was like, "Be friends, be friends." And we're like, "We're not just gonna be friends just because we're gay."
And then one day at a party, a Nicki Minaj song came on, and we both knew the lyrics.
Yeah,
and
every word.
Every word.
Can you still do it?
Yeah.
It was
Let's
called
go.
Roman's Revenge, and it's not really daytime friendly,
You
but we
can
can
do it without the beat.
We can do it.
Yeah.
Here, ready? I'm not Jasmine.
I am Aladdin, so far ahead, these bums is lagging. See me in that new thing, bums is lagging. I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon. Rah, rah, like a dungeon dragon. I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon, etc. And then it gets kind of like unsafe for
a little unsavory.
all the people out there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's very Nicky.
Were you guys never competitive? I mean, since you're in the same field and you.
Oh, I mean.
Is this about to get deep and real?
About to get deep?
Trying to get deep and real, Hoda?
Should we say?
What you got?
Should we say? Okay, so Matt and I actually auditioned the same time for SNL.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was a really crazy moment when I got the job and I was like, my best friend did it. But then now, look, we like diverged in our paths.
Yeah.
And he's doing so well. And then we got to like link up again for this movie.
It's really, it was formative for us, like to go through that. We've been through a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something with really close friendship that you also see in the movie too. Like there's ups and downs between like this chosen family of people, and you know, the love for each other just really sees it through, especially with queer friendships. We have our chosen families, and it means so much to have that.
You know, I love that you both are doing incredible things. And I wonder, as best friends, what does it feel like to watch each other thrive, to watch each other grow and evolve?
I feel like best friendships are about like wanting everything for the other person. And it's just, it's crazy. I get to watch my best friend like rock it down on a TV show and like be a scene stealer and just like give such a layered performance. It's so cool.
I mean, like, it's one thing to watch Bowen's success and watch everyone fall in love with him. Like, the way, well, I remember the first time I ever saw him perform, I said, I know that's a star.
Oh, God.
And I definitely did. I saw him, like, do an improv scene, and he just came out, and, like, his energy, it was really unreal. And I said, oh, if I had, like, a good feeling about him as a person, now even as a talent, like, just, I mean, everyone knows, like, you see him on screen and it's like, I need to know more. And I just, but beyond that, it's like, as talented as he is, like, it's the friendship for me that is the most important.
It's too early to get this emotional.
I know, and you're catching us in an emotional week, ladies.
Emotional week.
Can you just talk a little bit about Fire Island? Because people
It's
want, people don't, first of all, if you're living around the country, you're like, what, where's Fire Island? What is it? Give me a quick little synopsis.
Fire Island is a barrier island off the coast of Long Island. It's a wonderful vacation destination. It's been close to century like a refuge for a lot of queer people, and the movie takes place there, and it's a modern retelling of Pride and Prejudice, written by and starring our very good friend Joel Kim Booster, one of our other best friends.
Yeah, truly, the three of us are pretty much best friends, and just being able to do this together, and the stand-in for the Bennett family is this chosen family, and we go through. It's a really faithful adaptation, actually. So I think you would love it if you love Pride.
You're an Austin head.
You're gonna love it.
And by the way, AP English Austin head yourself?
Yeah, so I actually wrote my AP Lit essay about how the character that I play is called Luke, and he's like the stand-in for Lydia, about how that character relates to the main character, Elizabeth Bennet, who's Noah, played by Joel Kim in the film. And I happened to get a 5 on that one.
You got a 5.
All right, you guys.
5. Hope you'll be with us tomorrow morning. We will reunite right here with one of our favorite guests, Valerie Bertinelli.
Love her. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your Wednesday.
Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I didn't know the first thing about how to cook. But those days are behind me for good, and I'm starting to find a little confidence in the kitchen. Now, culinary superstar Bobby Flay, sharing his love of seafood from coast to coast. Today, we're gonna be making crab cakes with an orange chive tartar sauce, and then try a West Coast-inspired crispy fried fish taco with a mango black bean salsa. I love tacos. I have a lot to learn about seafood, and I cannot wait to give this a shot. So, let's get started. Is Bobby Flay? Bobby Flay. It's really Bobby Flay?
It's really Bobby Flay.
I mean, we have a long history together.
Yes, we do. We've made lots of food on the Today Show together.
We have, and you've even been called in to try to teach me to cook a long time ago.
Yes, and we're back.
We're back. Guess what? It didn't stick, but now it is. I'm learning a few things.
So I've been brought in to teach you, a couple of things: seafood, but also frying seafood.
Okay, so what's our plan today?
So the plan today is first we're going to shape the crab cakes, make the tartar sauce, fry the crab cakes, make the mango black bean salsa, prepare the batter, and fry the fish, plate, and serve. We're gonna start by cutting a shallot.
My instinct would be to cut off these edges.
Yes, exactly. Cut off the edges.
And then
exactly.
I know I've learned that you should, when you have a round thing, you need to give yourself a flat edge.
Yeah, so cut it in half. We're gonna make cuts in 2 different directions. First, we're gonna go like this.
Are we mincing?
We're gonna make them very fine.
Okay.
Because this is actually going to be in the crab cake, and we're not going to take it out. So we want it to be
good little bite
easy
size.
Exactly right. The one thing I always tell people when they have a knife in their hand, don't daydream. Just think about exactly what you're doing at the very moment.
Why would I daydream when being with you is a dream?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Ding.
Crab cake is over.
Okay, I know. So I did that, and now am I just chop?
Nope.
Oh.
And then you're gonna take your hand.
Oh,
and,
right.
Do you remember this?
This thing, right? Hold it together.
Exactly.
I hate this.
You
I hit too hard, and I had to hold it like this because otherwise it's splayed out.
Yes, that's okay. Exactly. And that's how you're gonna create a fine dice.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. This is so unnatural.
It is?
Look
how beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Cute.
Now, so if a couple of months ago, if somebody handed you a shallot, do you think you could get it diced like that?
No, definitely
yeah,
not.
Exactly. So we're going to put our shallots in here.
Okay. So neutral oil like canola or something, or vegetable?
Canola oil, vegetable oil. You know what? I've been using a lot of avocado oil.
Whose big bit is this?
I think that's mine.
It's definitely yours, Bobby.
I'll
It's
take
not
credit
mine.
for it. Okay.
Okay.
There's 2 different ways to saute. Like in this case, we're sauteing the shallots.
Yeah.
With color is sauteing, and sweating it is cooking it without color.
Okay.
So what we want to do is sweat this.
Okay.
So we're softening the shallots. We're bringing out all the natural flavors. You can smell how delicious that is.
It smells so good. Dumb question alert. How do I know it's soft if I can't touch it? It's too hot.
Well, you're feeling it with your.
Yeah.
You can also taste it.
Oh yeah, they're big on tasting.
They're big.
Really opens up the pores. still taste hard to me.
Okay, so then keep sauteing them.
Okay.
And they're starting to get a little color, so let's be careful.
Okay.
All right, I think that's fine.
Okay, cool. I'm turning it off.
Great. All right, so we're going to put this into our bowl.
Oh, we forgot to have a toast.
Oh my goodness.
Bobby.
We're drinking already.
I know, that's how we do on this show.
Ginger beer margaritas.
Okay.
Mm.
Whew. Got a little kick to it.
Yes,
I like
it does.
it.
Yes,
I
it
like
does.
All right, now that we're liquored up, what do we do
Okay.
next?
How are you at zesting?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, just be careful. You don't want to like zest your fingers.
This is an ongoing thing. I don't know if I'm right or left.
Can I show you
Please,
something?
would you
Okay,
please?
yes, okay. So you can do this one of two ways. You can actually do it like this.
Oh, never seen that.
And what happens is the zester then captures the zest there, and you can go just go
Oh,
like
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah. Okay, let me try that.
Try that. Well, just be careful with it. They are sharp.
This is painful for you, isn't it?
No, it's not at all.
How much? Can I be done
That's enough.
zesting?
That's
Okay.
enough.
What, now
But we
got
need
a
lemon too.
zest. Okay.
Yeah. Can I be done zesting?
Oh my
I've
God.
had enough of zesting.
Zesting! Death by zesting! Has the zester ever killed anyone? Okay.
I don't know. All right, that's enough lemon.
Okay, good.
I can't watch it anymore.
You know what I'm gonna do? Avoid all recipes with zesting. There will be no zesting.
Who
Okay.
needs zest?
No.
Okay. Now, we're gonna take all this mayonnaise.
Okay.
And the mayonnaise obviously is going to give it some richness. Like mayonnaise always tastes good, and
Yeah.
also it's going to help bind the crab cake itself.
Okay.
We're going to take 1 tablespoon, which is that measure of horseradish. Horseradish has a good zesty flavor to it.
It does. Makes your sinuses open up.
Exactly, it does. I love horseradish.
Me too.
How
much of that?
The 1 tablespoon of whole grain mustard.
Okay.
And the thing I like about whole grain mustard is obviously it's going to have that little mustard bite.
Yes.
And
I just.
you know what I love about you? This is like the measuring is a guide, which honestly, I actually like that because we're not baking, so it doesn't have to be
Well,
exact.
that's funny because that's one of the hardest things for me to get used to is that it doesn't have to be all perfect.
Especially when you're not baking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Half tablespoon of whatever this is. What is
it's
this?
actually half tablespoon of Calabrian chilies. They're hot. Yes. Toss all this crab in here.
Ooh, okay. Exciting. Okay. Now, where did you get this at the store?
This is Maryland jumbo lump crab meat. It's already cooked and it's already clean.
Okay.
It's not cheap, but it's a great product.
Yeah.
We don't want to mix it yet
Okay.
because we want the crab to stay, in pretty big pieces.
Okay.
You paid money for that texture. We
Yeah.
don't want to destroy it.
Okay.
All right. How are you at seasoning? I think one of the things that separates a home cook from a professional cook is how aggressive they season.
Oh.
And I'm talking about just salt and pepper.
Okay.
Okay. So this is kosher salt, which is what I always use. And when you pick up kosher salt in your fingers, you can feel it.
Yeah.
And when I season with kosher salt, I crush it in my fingers and then I just go like this.
Okay. Should I add more?
Add some more. Exactly.
Ooh,
and
more
then,
or no?
And then
some
pepper.
Okay.
And like
How's that?
more.
Oh.
Now we're gonna take 2 tablespoons of Wonder flour.
Now, what is Wonder flour?
So it's Wondra.
Oh,
it's
Wondra.
not Wonder.
Wonder. I
flour.
wonder what Wondra is.
There you go, Wonder flour.
Dump it in?
Yes. So Wonder flour is kind of sprinkle it around. Wonder flour is it's already steamed and cooked, so it's going to dissolve a lot easier than say all-purpose flour, which is still raw.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And this is what's going to help bind our crab cakes. Now you can start to fold it in, and I want you to fold as opposed to stirring.
Right. I remember folding from baking.
Exactly. See, this is starting to look really good. Now, one of the things about these crab cakes, Savannah, is that we walk a tightrope in terms of whether or not they're going to hold together. And what we're doing is we're giving up the idea of adding lots of breadcrumbs and lots of filler and keeping it about the crab, but at the same time, we want it to stay together.
So we're not using those crutches.
We're not using the crutches.
So
we want flavor. So this is where we're gonna have to get our hands dirty. How do you feel about that?
I feel good if I'm wearing these gloves.
Oh my goodness.
Bugs
It's not
me,
very
so-
glamorous, but I'm gonna go with it.
Okay, no, I know. Okay, so I'm just making a little ball.
So yeah, so you make a ball like this.
A round ball. Okay, I
To
thought
start,
they'd be flat.
almost like a meatball. But then what I do is I make it into almost like a burger.
Oh.
Okay.
How's that look? Should I make it a little flatter like
Yeah,
yours?
like that. See if you can make it like that. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like that. Okay, let's see if we can tell whose is whose. Okay, that's definitely the professional.
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes, we most certainly can. When did you start cooking? How did you learn?
I started cooking when I was 17 years old.
Oh.
I dropped out of high school,
Wow.
And I went to work in a restaurant because I needed a job. And I've been doing the same thing every day.
Oh my gosh.
It's 10 years later.
Wow.
It's been a decade.
You look so young.
Thanks.
Do these cook or chill or what?
They're gonna they're gonna chill.
Okay.
So and chilling them is actually one of the things that's gonna help hold them together.
Okay.
Okay. So you want to put them in the refrigerator?
I will. They look so good.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Today is now a podcast. Available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Today is now a podcast. Available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys.
Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Okay.
All right, tartar sauce time. All right,
Let's do it.
so chives are in the onion family. I love chives, and I like to cut them, I like to cut the edge off.
What edge?
I like to cut the edge off like
Yeah,
this.
I don't like those, friends.
And then start here.
Okay.
So then you have a nice even edge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then again, just kind of that rocking method.
I'm trying to hide my fingers like you told me.
Very, very as fine as you can get them.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Okay.
Don't daydream.
I know.
That's really good.
Thank you.
And also incredibly consistent.
Oh, good. I'm so delighted.
I mean, look at that.
Okay.
That's really, really good.
I love it. And do we have enough?
Yeah,
Okay.
between the two of us, I think we
Okay.
have plenty.
All right, just throw it all in?
Yeah, toss it in there. So
Stir?
now we're gonna stir everything together. So we're gonna start with some orange zest. Now that
Okay.
you're a professional
I know,
zester.
exactly.
We have some capers that are chopped up.
Okay.
Okay, good, nice salty flavor.
It seems chunky for a sauce.
But it's a tartar sauce,
Okay.
and it has texture, which is great. So these are the cornichon or gherkins, as you like to call them.
Gherkins.
They're pickles. They're
Oh,
baby
I
pickles.
love a baby
Yeah.
pickle. Chef tax.
Orange juice.
Orange juice, really?
Orange juice, yeah. And then salt and pepper, always.
Oh, okay. Sprinkle technique.
Crush.
Crush and sprinkle.
2 tablespoons of that vinegar. Just do it by eye.
I
Do it
can't
by eye. Do it by. You
Do
can
you promise?
do it. I promise. I'm standing right here.
Okay.
Perfect.
one.
A little more.
That's 2.
Good.
Really? God, I feel like a pro.
Killing the game. So you're just gonna mix this all together until it's well incorporated, and then we'll let this sit for like a half an hour. We have a lot of flavors in there. We just want all the flavors to kind of meld together.
Looks
Here,
good.
You have to taste this.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Make sure you're happy with all the
Especially with my
seasoning,
seasoning.
etc.
Oh, that's good. Ooh, that thing.
Yes, exactly. That's the pickling. That's the as you like to call them, the gherkins or the cornichon. We can leave it at room temperature.
Okay.
You just put a little in the serving bowl, so it looks nice and pretty.
Yeah.
And we can save the rest for later.
Okay.
If there's any left over.
Great.
All right, perfect. Let's make some crab cakes.
Okay. Should I go get them?
Please do. This is so fun. You're doing so much of the work. We're gonna take some Wondra flour.
Wondra.
okay?
How much Wondra?
Make sure we have
I
enough.
wonder how much Wondra.
Salt and pepper.
Okay.
And this is something that you should know in general. When you're doing a dredging station, like if you're making cutlets of chicken where it's like flour, egg, breadcrumbs, you season every layer.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's gonna be bland.
Okay,
Exactly.
interesting.
Yeah, stir it around. So it's just seasoned. And then, so basically what we're gonna do is now you have to be very gentle here, Savannah. We have the crab cakes, they're nice and chilled. So we're just gonna kind of go like this.
Just top and bottom, or should I get the sides?
You can get the sides too.
Okay.
Okay?
You're gonna drop it right in there?
We're gonna drop it right in. Let me show you. So basically, a good way to do that is like this. Okay, and they're gonna fry. So you want to do the same thing. So
okay,
like,
gentle.
yeah, very gentle. Treat them with kid gloves, so to speak.
Okay, does that seem good?
Yep. Put it on there and just very carefully. Don't drop it.
Don't be mad.
Beautiful. What we're trying to accomplish is creating a nice crust on the outside on all parts of the crab cake.
Okay.
And it's gonna take about 3 minutes on each side.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to flip these over because.
Yeah, at some
yes,
point.
Okay.
We're gonna flip this in a few seconds.
Okay.
Now, again, you wanna be careful here. And what I like to do is kind of like turn it away from me.
Oh.
So if it splatters, it goes that way as opposed to this way.
Okay.
And see, look, nice and crispy.
Looks nice, and it didn't fall apart.
No. Or, yeah.
If this falls apart, I'm gonna die.
No, it's not gonna fall apart.
Just be a good crab cake.
All right.
Hey!
I know,
Is
but
that
you did it
all
right at you.
Oh.
Just be careful.
Okay.
Go, you know.
Oh, okay.
All right, so move this one over here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now this guy.
So this guy, here's what you can do. You can just use this guy as the background.
Okay.
Right, exactly.
But,
use him to flip it over.
okay. And then I'm gonna. Oh, come on now. Now they're friends. They
Right.
don't want to get apart. Okay, now flip it this way.
Flip it.
This way.
Yeah.
But I find that to be harder.
Okay.
Oh no, it's falling apart. I knew it was too good to be true. Oh, Bobby, we got a loose crab piece.
No, it's okay.
What do we do?
There's one little crab piece.
All
Don't
right.
worry about it. You know what?
Whew.
Here's the thing. They'll know they're homemade.
Yes.
And that's really good. That's a really good thing.
That's true.
All right, so basically now we're gonna start to take these out and we're gonna put them on a paper towel so that they just drain a little bit.
Drain it. Okay. Should I go for it?
Yeah, go for it.
Can't lose another one.
Gorgeous.
This is Bobby's. The good one.
A good one.
Put this on your plate.
Nice.
Can I use my finger?
Yeah.
And then this is the number 2.
Yep. Yeah, hold the pot. Nice job.
This is the problem child. Okay, this guy wants to fall apart. Don't do it. Don't
It
fall
looks
apart.
great.
It does.
It looks
It's
great.
gonna taste good.
All right, a little salt and pepper on top while it's still warm.
I'm doing your. Is that too much? I'm
Nah,
doing your.
that's fine. We have crab cakes, and then we're gonna put them on here.
Okay.
Come on, bring them on over.
Oh, don't break.
Nice.
Gosh, these look really good.
Don't they?
Yeah.
Nice and crusty.
And hot. Look at that. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the table.
Gorgeous. Yes, put it on the table.
Are you so proud of us?
I am very proud of you.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys.
Did you feel foam?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're gonna fry some fish, but before we get into that, let's make our black bean mango salsa. Prioritizing what you do first, second, third, etc. in any meal is really important. But we know that we can make the black bean salsa, the black bean and mango salsa ahead of time, let it sit, have it done, because the fish, when we cook it, then we want to eat. We're going to start by dicing an onion. We need half of a red onion.
Okay. That's going to be good enough for government work. Here we go.
Exactly.
I'm not going to beat Bobby Flay today.
No, you're not. But these look really good. Well, let's do the mango next.
Okay. Mango is a very tricky fruit.
It's a very tricky fruit. First of all, when you pick a mango, you want it to be ripe. You want it to have some give as you kind of push your thumb into it. Making these stand up is really important. And then you're going to go down both sides of the mango so that you get these two lobes. One like this, and then one like this.
No pit, no pit, no pit.
Yeah, the pit is in there.
Okay,
and then
I'm trying to avoid the pit.
And then, of course, you can go around the sides to get these little pieces as well.
Yeah. You don't want to lose. I can't see where the pit
And then basically this is like the pit's in here, but I just eat this.
Oh, I like that.
So good, so ripe. We're gonna make like almost like diamonds in the mango. You don't want to cut all the way through, just to the skin. Then you're gonna turn it, and you're gonna go this way.
Oh, I'm making like a little. I actually cut an avocado sometimes like this.
Yes, exactly right. You can scoop the mango right with a spoon.
Oh,
look at that. There's a handful of different ways to cut a mango. I think this is the prettiest way and the easiest way.
Now, some of my pieces are kind of big and
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
We're making tacos. Everything's gonna be fine.
Exactly.
I use canned black beans all the time. They're always cooked perfectly.
Good.
Strain them out, throw them in there.
Good, because I didn't want to make beans.
Okay. I didn't want to make beans, so you're not gonna make beans.
Okay.
Okay, so we
Pour
have...
the margarita. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
Well,
Might be
close.
good, yeah.
Close. The lime juice.
Lime juice,
Yes.
okay.
Okay, now a couple more things we're gonna put in here. Some honey.
Okay. How much?
I don't know. Open it up. Let's do this.
Oh, boy.
Let's do this. Pour some in. It's
Pour some in. What
Yeah.
does that even mean? That's good, right?
A little more.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Whatever you say, honey.
I forgot one more thing.
Oh.
We have to put the jalapeno in.
Oh, okay.
We have to dice that.
Okay.
Okay. Let's cut the stem off. Cut it in half lengthwise.
Okay.
You're gonna take the inside pith and the seeds out. So now we just have the flesh of the pepper. And then you're gonna turn it upside down.
Yeah, flatten it.
Push it down, and then you're gonna dice it. Put some olive oil in there.
How much? It says 1/4 cup.
Fire
that?
away.
Can I measure
Go.
it?
No. I want you in the bowl.
Okay, I'm
I
in the bowl.
want you in the bowl.
I'm present.
Exactly. Because
That seems
this-
like, that seems like is that enough?
a little more, because you feel like you're doing it. Okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
good, okay.
And then you're gonna season this with salt and pepper, because we season everything with salt and pepper.
Yes.
Look at
Okay.
you.
Look at I'm doing your technique. A little more? Or is that good?
Little something salty, and then that's good. And then some black pepper.
Okay. Stir it.
Stir this up.
This is looking good.
All right.
Some of my big mango chunks are a little aggressive, but it's good.
It actually looks very good. I'm gonna add some cilantro. How do you feel about cilantro?
I like the flavor. I've never chopped it or anything.
Okay, so let's do this.
Okay.
Make a little room on your board. You're going to take the flowers off the stems.
Okay. Like all these leaves, you mean?
The leaves, yeah. That's the part of cilantro that you want to eat. Okay, that's good. So then just kind of make it into a pile like this, and you're going to coarsely chop it. So you put your hand on top of the knife, and you just kind of rock back and forth, right? And then you kind of go this back and forth
That's
this
fun.
way,
This makes me feel like I'm on a cookie
and just
show.
and put it back into a pile.
Okay. Oh, it sounds good.
That's coarsely chopped herbs,
Okay.
as opposed to finely chopped. They're nice and coarse. Throw them in there. Okay. So we're gonna stir this up.
Stir it.
You taste it and tell me what you think.
Okay. I like it.
Do you think
A
it needs
little
anything?
oniony.
I think it needs a little more salt.
Okay.
And this is the way you cook. If you're not chewing, you're not cooking. It's also beautiful.
It is. It's gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Next step.
Next step, let's fry some fish.
Let's do it. You know what I like to do before I deep fry?
What?
Take a big deep swig.
Okay, let's do it.
Should we do it?
Yes, absolutely. It's the deep
Cheers.
fry swig.
Okay. So instead of the deep beer batter,
I love that you drink first and then cheers.
well, I didn't know we were cheersing.
You were prepping. Okay.
know. Bad
Okay.
form.
So let's start with rice flour. Okay.
How
So,
much?
we're gonna do equal parts. So do 1 cup, do equal parts of water, and you're going to whisk. What we're trying to achieve here is a very light batter, so that it has some crispiness, but you can definitely see and taste the fish.
Okay.
Okay, that's the key.
Now you told me that fish that fried doesn't have to be bad for you. But isn't frying like just terrible?
Well, frying can be bad for you if like, for instance, the oil is not hot enough, and it seeps in throughout all the protein.
Oh.
But if it's just crisping the outside of it and repelling it, then it's totally fine.
Okay, now how's that?
Okay, so that's fine. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a little bit of this rice flour, and we're gonna use this as a dredge, kind of like, you know, we don't even have to measure it. All right, we can just, and then we're gonna season every layer, as we said. Remember?
Look at my heavy hands.
I know. Are you seasoning more now than ever before?
Yeah, especially with your eyes on me. I don't want to get in trouble. How's that?
It's good. Season the fish
do I need to whisk? Oh my
Season
gosh,
the fish.
Really?
Yes. We don't want bland food, Savannah.
No, I do not. But geez, that's a lot. I would just be afraid it'd be like over salted.
That's good.
No, pepper too.
Yep. Okay. That's a thick, dense piece of fish. We want to taste it all.
But I didn't have to do both sides.
That's fine. That's totally fine. So so we're gonna dredge this, meaning we're gonna take the fish, make sure and hit it on all sides on the flour, in the flour first.
Flour first and then, or
Yes,
I would have done this, then this.
No, because this is actually going to hold on to this.
Okay. All right. So should I use tongs or just use my fingers?
Use your hand.
Okay. All right. So
roll
dredging.
it around. Yeah, roll it around.
All sides kind of deal? Okay.
And then pat it so that you get the excess off. That's enough.
Like that?
Yep.
And in here?
Yep. I want to be careful.
Okay.
Let's just do this.
Yeah, with me. Okay.
365 degrees.
Okay, there's that thermometer.
Now you can do the rest of them.
Okay, let me do.
And this is going to be a very, very light batter, nice and crispy.
I hope you don't like that shirt because
That's
I'm getting flour all over it.
No problem.
Okay, well, send me your bill.
I'm just going to keep drinking.
That's what I recommend.
I love coming to your kitchen. There's always alcohol in it.
I know. Savannah's syrupy kitchen.
You're doing great. I love the technique.
Okay.
And also, like, you're moving really well in the kitchen. All right, so we're gonna let this cook for about 5 minutes total. And then we have a wire rack there so that the oil drips through to the bottom.
Okay.
Just be very gentle and also be very careful. It's very hot oil.
You can't even see anything. I don't even know if I'm getting one. Okay, wait.
Yeah, see?
Okay.
See, it's like a stealth-like batter. Just touch that.
Okay.
Nice and crispy.
Did I get enough on there?
You did great. Let's get the fish out of the pot.
Okay. It's been 5 minutes. Does this
Beautiful.
look right to you?
Yep. Put it on the tray. Looks great. Look at that. That's gorgeous.
It does. Ooh, I didn't stick the landing.
So great.
Okay. It
So
looks
light
nice.
and crispy.
It really does.
Here are your two favorite friends.
Oh, jeez. Here we go.
A little salt and pepper,
Okay.
just on top while it's still hot and the oil's still warm.
Oh my gosh, I really overdid that one. Well, that's a salt.
It's okay. And also, when you season, you want to season from up here
Why?
because otherwise you're going to have clumps of salt.
Well, that's what
if
I
it's
did
too
get.
close.
You're right.
Exactly.
Well, that's what happened.
Beautiful.
Ooh. This looks nice. Can we
Done.
eat?
Yes, let's eat. You get the fish, I'll get the salsa. Let's do it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Look at this feast we've made.
Fantastic.
But it's not just your TV. I actually learned something today.
I know.
How are you going to do create your fish taco.
Okay, so we have some tortillas here.
Yeah.
Nice and warm.
Oh, that looks like a nice tortilla.
I'm gonna teach you a secret. Don't
Okay.
take the one on the top. Take the one in the middle because
Oh.
it's more pliable.
Oh, how interesting.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I take a little avocado relish. And then you can take a piece of fish. Fish on top.
Oh my gosh.
A little mango salsa.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, this looks so good.
Right?
Yeah.
And then what I like to do is just kind of squeeze a lime on top.
Oh yeah.
And then you can take a little cilantro, maybe just a sprig, and put it on top. You can just pick up your tortilla, and you have a fish taco.
Oh my gosh, this is a big bite. Turn the camera away. It's
Well,
not
you,
gonna be pretty.
taste the fish. You know, it's
Okay.
like.
Oh my god. It's so good. Don't look at me. It's
But
so good.
It's light and crispy. You did a great job cooking the fish. And this is obviously great for, to make a taco. But also, like, you can also do, like, serve it as, fish and chips.
Oh, my kids would love that with this ketchup.
Yeah. Just remember this. Flavor is very important, but contrast of texture is just as important in eating and cooking.
All right, I gotta try this crab cake now. That is so good.
Tastes like crab.
It tastes like crab.
And that's the cake.
I gotta say that's the best crab cake I ever had.
Best crab cake you ever made.
Yeah, that's true. Only crab cake I ever made, but yum, that is delish. And I love this chunky tartar sauce. This is delicious. I am so proud of myself. I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. Cheers.
Thank you. You've been on a long journey with me, Bobby.
Savannah, invite me back anytime. I'm here to teach.
I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in Editor's Picks.
I'm fashion and beauty expert Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post. Each week, I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder. This is Shop All Day, the great outdoors.
Hey everyone, I'm Adriana Brock, and we are back today with another episode of Shop All Day. Summer is heating up, and whether you're headed to hike, surf, or just lay on the beach, I've got everything you need to enjoy the great outdoors. From lanterns that are gonna take your trip from camping to glamping, to a car adapter that will keep the kids entertained for the entire road trip. I cannot wait to get started. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. Okay, so no one likes mosquito bites or smelly repellent spray, so this first pick is a game changer for those days outside in the summer. According to the brand, they are DEET-free mosquito repellent patches. They are peel and stick patches that are made with plant-based ingredients like citronella and peppermint essential oils, and they're waterproof. The brand says they repel mosquitoes for 3 feet for up to 6 to 8 hours, so you can spend more time outside. The brand also says that they're pediatrician approved and safe enough for kids to use. All you have to do is peel one of these stickers, and you can put it on your shirt or even your bag to stay protected all day long. I am so excited for summer road trips, and if you are gonna have a car full just like mine, this little car gadget is gonna come in handy when everyone's electronics need a charge on the go. The car power inverter has 2 AC 110 volt outlets and 4 USB port chargers. And it's so compact and lightweight, so you can charge all of the family's essentials like laptops, tablets, and cell phones. All right, and whether you are camping or hitting the beach, this next one is a 2-in-1 gadget you're gonna love. It is a lantern and a phone charger that actually folds down flat and then pops up when you need to use it as a lantern. It has a small solar panel so you can recharge it in a pinch when you're out in the sun. But when it's blown up, it's so lightweight that even the kids can use it. And according to the brand, it's 100% waterproof. And in the dark, this is what it looks like. Okay, this next one you guys have to see to believe. It is an inflatable couch air lounger that provides portable lounging wherever your outdoor adventure takes you. Did I mention you don't even need a pump to blow it up? You guys have to see this. It only takes a few minutes, and all you have to do is take it out of this cool little carrying case that it comes with, unclip it, and then whisk it through the air to inflate it. The trick, though, is to trap air by closing the sleeve, opening little by little. So once it's blown up, according to the brand, it stays that way for up to 5 or 6 hours. Plus, it has a pillow-shaped headrest, so you get support from head to toe. And yes, I've tried it, and I actually think it's pretty comfortable. Another summer-friendly must-have is a pair of lightweight, waterproof sneakers. From cruises to beach trips, these are a versatile sneaker that you're gonna wanna wear if you're outdoors near some water. These are great because the brand says that these have an anti-slip outsole with a strong track adhesion, so when you're wet, they're comfortable and you can wear these as walking shoes as well. Because according to the brand, they dry pretty quickly. Okay, so this umbrella is one of those finds I didn't know I needed until I found it. It is called the Sportbrella, and it is a clamp-on shade canopy that provides shade wherever you need it. It has a unique heavy-duty universal clamp that you can use on square and tube-shaped surfaces. So what does that mean? You can clamp it on anything from a beach chair to a golf bag and even benches. It's also really unique because it has a 360-degree swivel, 2 button hinges, so you can get shade wherever you need it. And if that wasn't enough, this umbrella, according to the brand, it's made with a UPF 50 material that's gonna provide some serious sun protection. All right, and from fashion to backyard fun, I bet you've been wondering why there's a huge rainbow behind me. Well, this rainbow arc will make your home the place to be this summer. It's a large inflatable sprinkler that all the kids in the neighborhood are absolutely gonna love. And you don't need a huge yard to get in on the fun. It's about 4.5 feet tall and 5.5 feet wide, so it's perfect for the kids to have fun in the sun without the need to drive to the pool or the beach. Let's run through the products one more time. The Evolve Together mosquito repellent patches, the Car Power inverter, the Luminade solar lantern, the Wekapo inflatable lounger, the quick drying water shoes, the Sportbrella, and the H for Happy gigantic rainbow sprinkler. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. And that is it for our editor's picks. Up next, Mako in Lovu is talking to dermatologist Dr. Angela Lamb, who is sharing her favorite skincare products to protect your skin in the great outdoors. Plus, she'll spice up your outdoor adventures with some makeup products to keep you looking fresh all day long. Don't go away.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hi there. Welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. The warm weather is upon us, and people everywhere are looking to soak up some sun. Now, if you want to update your beauty routine for the warm weather, boy, do I have products that are just right for you. Whether you're planning a day trip or a road trip, most of us are looking to protect our skin while also looking for that grand adventure. So I brought in expert dermatologist Dr. Angela Lamb to share her favorite buzzworthy products for the great outdoors. Dr. Lamb, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so when it comes to being outdoors, what are some top essentials for staying safe in the sun?
The main essentials for staying safe in the sun are sunscreen, 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 and sun avoidance. So you don't want to be in the sun between the hours of usually 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. They say if your shadow is actually shorter than you, that means the sun is really too high.
Oh.
Yeah. Also, if you are out, you want to wear sun protective clothing. You want to do broad brim hats. You want to wear long sleeve clothing. Actually, a lot of clothing has SPF in it now. So those are really some of the mainstays to staying safe in the sun.
That's good to know. I'm going to spread that to my entire family. I did not know that. Now, we all go to the dentist and we go see our family doctor, but how often should we be going to see our dermatologist?
Most people should check in with their dermatologist yearly. Sometimes it depends on your risk factors. So if you have lighter skin, if you spent more time in the sun, if you've had a lot of blistering sunburns, you might want to go every 6 to 9 months. But most folks, especially over about the age of 30, need to check in yearly.
Yearly. Okay, good to know. I'm going to add that to my calendar. All right, let's get into some of these picks. I'm so excited about everything you brought. Let's start with the first one. So this sunscreen, I'm fascinated the fact that it's like an oily substance. Tell me about it.
So what I love about this Melee sunscreen is that it's actually an oil base. It doesn't have mineral oil, but it's clear, it's sheer. You can put it on under makeup, and it really provides that great SPF. And as you apply it, you see how it has a sheen, but it creates good moisture without leaving any white cast. That's some of the biggest feedback I get from patients about sunscreen is they don't like that white chalky feel. And this, look at how great that just blends into your skin.
I mean,
you get the moisture, you get that glow without clogging your pores. That's what I love about it.
It's so beautiful. I love this sheen. I'm obsessed with that already. Now, can everybody use this? I know it's maybe for black and brown people.
Melee is a brand that actually was formulated for melanin-rich skin, but I like people to know that this is great for any skin type.
All right, let's move on to the next product here. I love that this mineral sunscreen has no cast as well. What other benefits does this one have?
So what's great about this Bliss sunblock is that it is mineral-based. So the key with mineral-based, there's pretty much 2 different types of sunblock you can have. A chemical-based sunscreen or sunblock or a mineral-based one. This one is fully mineral-based, which is good for the coral reef, all of those types of things. Patients ask me about that a lot. They want to make sure that the sunblocks are good for the environment. But what's great about this one is the way they've processed it, like you said, no cast either. So if you try that one on, you're not going to have that white cast. It's good for all skin types. It also has an ingredient in it that actually absorbs oil and actually makes your pores look smaller. So that's like a 2-for-1.
That's a win-win situation. Now, there's a misconception. Can we talk about this elephant in the room that black and brown folks don't have to wear sunscreen? We have to wear sunscreen if we're having those grand adventures outdoors, right?
Absolutely. Even though skin that's darker does have some built-in SPF protection, that doesn't mean that we don't need extra. So it's only about SPF 13 you get when you have darker skin. So this, for example, is SPF 30. You need that extra sunblock, and that's what's going to prevent us from looking old faster. So that's really the key.
Dr. Lamb, thank you for clearing that up. And by the way, you may have earned a commission on Bliss products on your site. Let's move on to this eyeshadow stick. I want to look fresh, when I'm out there in the great outdoors. Tell me about this one.
All right, so what's nice about this, you put it on and in a little bit of time it sets and you can get in the water and you can be out there. Nobody wants to be in the sun or exercising or sweating and having their makeup running all over their face. So this one is great. It really has staying power. And like you said, people want to look glam when they're on the beach, out in the sun. And so this is really formulated exactly for those purposes.
But look at the color payoff as well.
I know. They have a broad range of colors. So
Yeah.
you don't have to sacrifice beauty for convenience and safety. So that's important.
I love how small and portable it is.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to other makeup products as well. When it comes to applying makeup for the great outdoors, right? It's sometimes you wonder, is it light and breathable? Is this one light and breathable?
So this MAC foundation is light and breathable. I mean, a lot of people know MAC for their staying power, their ability to hold up under lights, camera, action. But this one also holds up in the water, which is really fantastic. And it is breathable, is light, and again, also you're not going to find it all over your shirt because it sets as well.
Look at how it is just melting into my skin. Absolutely love this one. So Dr. Lamb, I have a confession. I've actually never used self-tanner before. How does this work?
All right, so the way self-tanner works is you apply it, there's a chemical compound in there, and if you apply it day after day, particularly this one, which gives you that gradual glow, so after about 5 to 7 days, you're gonna get some increased pigment, a nice glow. As a dermatologist, we always say the only safe tan is from a bottle, okay? So that's the only kind of tan I ever want anybody of any skin type to get. But yes, this is gradual, so you're not gonna have those streaks that you sometimes can get with some sunless tanners, and it'll just give you that nice, ready to be out in the sun, but again, safely tan.
I love this, and I love how also that anyone can use this, right? Because I just put it on my hands, and I love how it just blends right in seamlessly, too.
That's the key for so many of these products. We don't want to have you do a lot of work. We want it to be as seamless and have you able to enjoy the sun in the summer.
I can't wait for that. All right, so sunburn is one of just the most annoying things ever, right, that you can experience. How does this product here from Clarins help to soothe the skin?
Yes, so first, I mean, for me, a dermatologist, that's like sacrilege. I never want to have somebody come in and say that they got a burn. But if you did, ideally you will have used some of these first two products to avoid that. But if you do, you want something that's going to be soothing, cooling. This product has a lot of aloe in it, so aloe has a very high water content, which is going to be soothing for you. And one little trick I say is to put that in the refrigerator before you apply it. So when it's actually physically cool, that helps as well.
Okay, so do you use this before you get the sunburn, or you use it after?
No, technically you're supposed to use it after. It's actually called after sun. But again, hopefully you've done the right things. You've applied your sunblock. You want to always apply it about 20 minutes before you go outside. You've worn your hat. You've avoided the sun.
It smells great as well. Dr. Lamb, I love all your selections. I am ready to get out there and just be out there on my great adventure. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, our pleasure. Now let's run through all the products one more time. We have the Mele No Shade Sunscreen Oil, the Bliss Black Star Sunscreen, the Cargo Cosmetics Swimmables Cream Eyeshadow Stick, the MAC Studio Radiance Face and Body Radiant Sheer Foundation, the Jergens Natural Glow Self-Tanning Moisturizer, and the Clarins SOS Sunburn Soother Mask. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, you'll never believe what's in style this summer. Chassis Post is here with the hottest trends for the great outdoors, like the chic fanny pack that's making a comeback. Don't go away.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and today we've been talking about hitting the roads or trails and taking in the great outdoors. And I can't wait to show you the trends that will have you looking your best while enjoying some fun in the sun. And remember, see that QR code in the corner of your screen. You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. So let's get to it. So let's start off with the cutest matching jacket and short set from Old Navy that is the definition of sporty chic. I love it when brands take functional, high-tech performance wear and make it fashion. So let's first talk about the jacket. It's an easy, lightweight, half-zip pullover with a drawstring hood. And check out the color blocking. Such a big trend. I am obsessed with these fun, punchy oranges. So cute. And if you're more of a monochromatic gal, it also comes in a solid black. But also, I am a huge fan of this silhouette. It is so easy to wear. I mean, slightly oversized with that on-trend crop that hits right at the waist, which I think makes it look really flattering. And it even has a drawstring hem. And this fabric, it's fabulous. It's called Stretch Tech, and just like the name suggests, it's got a great stretch to it. And the brand says that it's also breathable with quick drying powers and UV sun protection built right in. But that's just the jacket. Let's complete the set with the shorts. I mean, they're made out of the same Stretch Tech fabric, but they have an additional feature. Old Navy says that they're also water repellent. And the cut of these shorts is so flattering. They're high-waisted, and they've got a really nice, generous, wide leg opening. And both of those features combined make your legs look really great and elongated. These shorts also have room for all your stuff, loads of pocket, and there's even one hidden stash zip pocket that can hold your phone. And if you're not a matching set fan, no worries. These two pieces also work great as separates to mix and match with the rest of your closet and come in tons of summer colors in sizes ranging from extra small to 4X. So we're gonna look great out there this summer. Workout or weekend, we've got you covered with this sporty set. Next, one of my absolute favorite sporty must-haves and one of the summer's biggest trends, the exercise dress. And just like the yoga pant, you don't actually have to be exercising to wear it. So whether you're running around town doing errands, heading to the gym, or hitting the tennis court or golf course, the exercise dress is going to keep you looking and feeling cool. Now, I've actually got 3 of these very same dresses, and they make a really great warm weather uniform. And I'm not alone. We've seen it all over social media. And once you try one, you'll see what everybody's so excited about. I mean, first of all, it's got the best of 2 worlds. You've got this easy A-line dress, which is inspired by tennis core / all things tennis style, which is a huge trend right now, combined with the practicality and relative modesty of a skirt. See right under the skirt? You've got biking shorts with 2 pockets. It's almost like shapewear. And this one's from Amazon and is a really great example of the trend. So next, we've got 2 versatile pairs of performance pants that you are going to love for all of your outdoor activities this summer. So first up, meet the Climatrail Zip-Off Pant. Now this pant is by Eddie Bauer, and it's genius and perfect for those days where it starts out cool and gets warmer as the day goes on. And here's how they work. They start out as a full-length pant, and then as the temps rise, you can just zip off the bottoms, and you got a pair of shorts. And how cool is that? And check out this fabric. The brand says it's made out of a 4-way stretch that's also water repellent and has UPF 50 plus sun protection. And did we mention that they were also flattering? We give a thumbs up to the mid-rise silhouette. We've also got another equally versatile outdoor pant from Amazon that is a #1 bestseller. These easy-to-wear joggers are also made out of a performance fabric that the brand says is lightweight, quick-dry, and water-resistant. And shoppers rave about how comfortable these pants are. According to the brand, the fabric has 8% spandex, and it's got an easy elastic waistband with a little drawstring so you can adjust the fit. And check out all these pockets. You've got 2 side zip, 2 cargo, and 1 back zip pocket. So no wonder they're so popular. And yes, these pants are perfect for outdoor adventures, hiking, working out, walking, you name it. But they also make excellent travel and lounge pants. Now, if you've been looking for an easy and stylish way to protect yourself from the sun-strong UV rays this summer, then you're going to love these multitasking swim tees from Land's End. They're designed to just wear over your swimsuit top. And according to Land's End, they're made out of a moisture-wicking stretch fabric that keeps you dry and comfortable on land. The brand says, besides providing more coverage from the sun than a typical bathing suit, that they also offer UPF 50 protection, which really comes in handy if you spend a lot of time at the pool or the beach. Plus, I am loving their surfer chic vibe. I mean, look at these stripes here. That's where rash guards actually got their start, protecting surfers from rough boards. And now they've gone mainstream, protecting us all from the sun. And I'm really into the classic crew neck style. And you can choose from either short sleeves or long sleeves. And they come in so many vibrant colors and patterns. And the best part, they're not just for swimming. They also work as a colorful cover-up. Moving on to New England chic, meet the Marley Lily monogrammed Nantucket cover-up. And she is cute. We all need a great cover-up, and we could not be more obsessed with this one. Yes, we love the loose, fitting, flattering V-neck silhouette, the easy butterfly sleeves, and the classic seersucker print fabric. But let's be honest, this cover-up had us at the word monogram. See right here on the hem? You can choose from several monogram styles and 3 pretty colorways. The blue seersucker, we've got the pink seersucker, and we've also got a mint seersucker. Plus, talk about beach to brunch and beyond. You can throw on this fabulous cover-up over your suit, add a pair of gold hoop sandals, and you are ready for dinner. Just like that. And if you really want to do it up, they even make a matching monogram straw hat in my favorite surfer style. Talk about fun in the sun. Next, don't get me started on my love of fanny packs / belt bags, or in this case, the bum bag, because I really, really love them. And there's a reason that this 90s style is back in such a big way. They're just so incredibly useful. Now, this is the Moonbeam bum bag, and I am a huge fan of anything that allows me to go hands-free. And I have to tell you guys, I wear my fanny pack every single day. And in my humble opinion, this sporty style is the ultimate in hands-free utilitarian style. Now, we found these adorable takes at Madewell. They're designed by a Los Angeles-based brand called Lola, known for their stylish carryalls inspired by California beach life. Now, they've got a classic half-moon shape, thus the name, and you can wear them around your waist, a la the classic bum bag, or you can wear them over your shoulder as a crossbody, and it's the perfect size for your on-the-go essentials. This new collection is designed from recycled nylon with cool details like a chunky zipper, and I love the bold candy colors. And of course, one of this bag's finest virtues is its versatility. With that hands-free storage, this is the bag you want coming along for the ride, whether you're headed on an outdoor adventure, to a fun barbecue, or to the grocery store. And last but not least, put your hands together for one of my favorite summer innovations, the ponytail hat. This hat just might be my favorite summer accessory ever. It's genius and hysterical, and I've seen the ponytail baseball hat before, but never the ponytail sun hat. Thank goodness someone came along and designed a hat that doesn't make me choose between my beloved high pony and sun protection. And let's face it, getting your hair off your neck feels a whole lot cooler when it's scorching hot out there. This hat also has a lot of bells and whistles. It's got a good wide brim, 3.5 inches, breathable mesh sides, and both the hat and the chin strap are adjustable. Plus, the brand says that it's waterproof, quick drying, and even has a built-in sweatband. It's also packable, so you can fold it up and throw it in your bag and go. Plus, it comes in over 16 different colors. Yes, this is a hat that both you and your ponytail are gonna love. Okay, so let's run through these products one more time. We've got the Old Navy color block jacket and shorts, the Amazon sleeveless workout dress, the Eddie Bauer zip-off pants, the Libin cargo joggers. We've got the Lands' End rash guards, the Marley Lily monogrammed hat and cover-up, the Madewell Lola bum bag, and the ponytail sun hat. And that's a wrap on Style Finder and for our show. It's been fun showing you our favorites, so tune in for an all-new episode of Shop All Day.
Is this the first time that you guys have been all together?
All together, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, you know, that wild sensation where you're like, oh, it was yesterday, and yet a lifetime ago, or a couple.
Yeah, I think this show, you know, more than a lot of shows, it really is, it was a family.
The thing is, Max, we're part of a family. You know, family's the most important thing in our lives.
We were, you know, together for a very long time. I mean, the kids that were on the show would say, like, they don't remember life before Parenthood.
Yeah.
They grew up on the show.
Yeah. And we all saw them grow up.
We saw them grow up, yeah.
Well, I lived by him in a... That's great. And Max was in there. I go, what are you doing? He goes, getting liquor. I go, what? Max?
No, you're... Yeah.
I go, get the home. Really. And I'm like, we were just filming here and you were 12. I go, he's like, well, I'm 20. I'm like, so...
Right.
He's a drinker. Just kidding.
Sorry, Max.
He hangs out with Liam, my son, my real son.
Your real son. So your real son hangs out with your on-screen son. What's that like?
They're a lot alike. Liam and Max are a lot alike. And I'm finding that I'm a lot like Max's character, Max, in the show, which is kind of cool.
Wow.
That's
cool. So you're more like Max than you are Christina.
Way more.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. Well, Larry might know. I'm just a little different. I don't know. Christina had it together. I mean, I have it together. But I don't know. I'm fine.
Have you seen the roles that you play bleed into real life?
For me, it happens more at that time that you're living the parallel life with the character, which is one of the coolest things about doing TV. That's, 6 years, we did 6 years, so I got to grow a lot. We all got to grow a lot as people, and then the characters had their growth, and we learned from each other along the way. So there's a lot of like bleeding over in that.
Hi, sweetie.
You're like a fish.
You want me to teach you how to swim like a fish?
Yeah.
All right.
Nice entrance.
Thanks.
But then you're onto a new character and you're bleeding over with her, so.
You're giving really good answers.
Thanks.
There definitely was a big overlap while we were shooting where life and art were imitating each other. We'd be things I was bringing from my marriage or my parenting into the show's dynamic was also working the other way, where I'd have things happen in real life that I would say, wait, well, in the show, this is what happened. Maybe we should handle it this way. So it was actually this kind of virtuous loop between life and art.
Have you watched some of Parenthood? Have you realized how much it still holds up?
Yeah.
I've not watched. I stopped
allowed to say
watching
that?
it after season 1.
You stopped watching it, so you didn't watch
you haven't
season...
seen it? Oh, you should watch it. It's a
You
good
should
show.
watch it.
Yeah.
It's really good. Yeah.
Check it out.
No, people love it.
People say, you're Christina. I'm like, what? No, I mean, I stopped. Wait, when was the breast cancer thing? Season what?
4.
That was season 4.
Oh, then
Yeah.
maybe it was season 3. See, I don't know.
And so after the season...
I just don't like to watch myself. I like your stuff.
Then you should watch it and watch
Fast
us.
forward. You know what? I will.
You're going to watch it
It's
after
really
this.
good.
But the wild thing is watching
Betamax.
old episodes
Okay,
and there's no iPhones, right?
What?
There's no iPhones in the first few seasons.
Oh, really?
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. It's all flip
that's
phones,
because
right?
That was 2008.
I guess so. I didn't know.
2008.
Yeah, we could put those in post now.
Right.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Do you think as times have changed, the show would be different if you were making it today?
The thing about this show is, of everything that I've done, it's the show where I brought most of my, autobiographical story to it. Like there's a story with, Max, which was very close to, my life.
Are you mad at me because I have Asperger's?
I'm not mad at you because you have Asperger's. Never.
The breast cancer story, we did that show while my wife was going through breast cancer. So the show, it's so many of the stories came from our lives, whether it was mine or friends or family or the actors or the writers of the show. It was it was so unique in that way that I can't really. It's sort of like I can't judge it by like how would I do it now.
Your life is different now.
Yeah, it was just who we were at the time that we did it. And I hardly ever go back and watch shows that I've done. And I have to say it was an incredibly moving experience to watch the show for everybody.
I don't know.
All right.
Okay,
This is my recital. I
Just
think
feel
it's
the music.
very vital to rock around. That's right.
No.
On time. It's tricky. It's a play.
Thank you.
Feel the music.
No, I meant more like slow dancing.
I'm never slow dancing, but it doesn't matter what the music is, man. He's got it.
You gotta feel that in your body. Start here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You might feel it in your legs, your arms, your feet, your shoulders, your rib cage, all over.
The thing that I thought we did really well on the show is that we stayed with those stories, you know, like they have a son with autism. Well, it wasn't like 6 episodes later, it was like, oh, you know, we're doing another story. You know, we stayed with that story.
Yeah.
When we did the
the
breast
first
cancer,
episode
we did the breast cancer storyline.
Drop it somewhere.
I remember the first thing that the doctor said to my wife when she had breast cancer is, you're gonna have a really tough year. And I was like, okay, so it's not gonna be less than a year. Hopefully it won't be more than a year.
I love you all so much. I just want to say that. And there's something that I need to tell you.
And so when we decided to do that story, I knew it was a season-long story. It was not a story that would be a few episodes.
I think the last time I saw the three of you together was the episode where you were all partying and dancing, and then you're sitting down and you pull out a clump of your hair.
Mhm.
And that was the moment where
we were at
things
a
kinda
bar,
took a turn. Yeah.
and they were trying to cheer me up, right?
Yeah.
And Dax directed that, I think.
He did.
There was a
Oh, that's right.
lot in that
Yeah.
episode.
Yeah.
That was probably one of my favorite but scariest episodes. Sorry.
Right. Yeah,
Beautiful
for sure.
queen that you are.
Oh, that's the thing. It's like, does he respect me or?
That is something.
You know what? It's about time to
That
start
is-
getting rid of some of that. You were being rowdy
You have
and
so
you were dancing, so you know it's
much
just like
hair on that head.
Yeah. Do you want to go? Should we go? Yeah.
The other thing about our show, which you did, so whether you knew to do this or not, it's such a different show because we weren't out in the world talking about politics or religion or fighting. It was about a wonderful family that had their own stresses, and that would sprinkle in here and there. But I think that's why people loved it so much, because they felt comfort and they felt like they could identify with the Bravermans, and they wanted to be a part of Joy, which is now, ironically, we're circling back to within the world. Like you asked Jason how he would do it differently if, you know, things changed in his family. And I just said to Joy, what about the world? You know, like, then I thought we would kind of, it would somehow come through, but at the same time, it's such a real show. It's not an escapism for people, but it's still feeling, it's hope, it's love, it's laughter, crying, it's humanity.
You and your writers were all so true to your own lives and everything that you were being true to. Like, it resonates universally and timelessly. That's the way that you do it. The more specificity, the more broadly it appeals.
That's so important. Like, people are just fighting constantly. And the way that you guys did this was not that. And it wasn't like being Pollyanna, like you're going to be like, look, I just made a pie. That's fake. So all of that coming together, it's like you wouldn't sort of exploit religions, politics, whatever people feel in their own life. This would resonate, and it still does, with everybody, like across the world. The fans that I talk to and have now become part of my family. Ironically, like, I give them my phone number, and a lot of people have my number.
It was almost as though you could see your family's messiness reflected in this family, but then also be inspired by the love, right?
Yeah, as much as the characters were informed by our lives, like, we could also learn from the characters, and
So much.
because all of the conflicts that came up all the time were jumped on. You know, those conversations that had to be had were had immediately. Like, I'm driving to your house and we're gonna have this conversation, which is so admirable. You know, it's when they're not addressed and they fester that they're that much harder in relationships. So everything just being tackled all the time and being articulated so well.
Yeah. There hasn't. There's never been a show like this, and I have not seen one since. I have not. I really have not. And I'm not saying it because I'm a part of this group, but essentially all of us are a family, and I would take a bullet for any one of you. I mean that. Any one of you or your children. I would. That's just, I'm a Cancerian. But I have so much love and so much respect and so much gratitude for you, all of you. And that's never gone away. And I you know, whenever I see you guys, it's like we just picked up where we left off. So.
That's family.
Yeah, you guys are. I mean, I can see
family.
it. You guys are still. You guys are still a family.
Yeah.
For sure.
We should play the song now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Talking about some of the lessons that you learned, were there some lessons or were there pieces of advice that you were given during the show or you heard others given during the show that you've now taken into your own lives?
The way the characters were written, like I was saying, to always jump on the hard conversations that needed to be had, that was the biggest takeaway from me. And I'm only now, after having rapped, now I'm a parent, and so I've taken that with me.
When you started shooting, were you a parent?
No.
And now, when
After
you
we
watch,
yes.
it's almost like you're seeing it with a whole different set of eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, same here. I was not a parent before I am now. I'm just kidding.
I'm still not a parent.
Yeah, well,
I'm pretty good with that.
Interestingly enough, when you were shooting with Dax was a brand new parent, and you were not a parent, and you guys had to reverse roles on screen, right?
Right. Wait, what? Because you were the parent first
Dax was the parent,
on
but you
screen.
weren't, but
I'm a very seasoned TV parent.
Right.
Like I don't and never wanted kids myself, but I seem every job I get, I am a parent, so I feel like I know a little bit about it, and I get to give them back.
Right.
At the end of the day, I'm a really good TV parent.
Just kind of touching on your favorite scene or one of the most powerful scenes that you remember. I gotta say, for you, the one that brought me to tears, like uncontrollable tears, was when you left a message for your family if you were to pass. Do you remember shooting that?
I have the chills right now. Yeah, I don't remember. Whenever I film anything, I don't remember any. I like black out.
I do too.
I do. I black out. But that was the hardest one for sure.
I may not always be with you the way that I want to be. But I will never leave your side. I'll always be with you.
That was the toughest one, and then the other one was, the shaving of the head, because I felt such guilt, too. I felt so guilty. Because I was not really experiencing what Kathy, your wife, was going through, and then and then fear also. As a human being, like, my kids were like, Mom, you know, you're not an actor. Well, that's my job, but like I didn't go to acting school, so I don't know how to, I don't have a technique, so it's hard for me to get rid of the person. Does that make sense? And there's a lot of people. And so I would go home and try to get rid of it somehow. And Christina is, beyond, like, unequivocally the best character and the most amazing person in the world. And so is your wife. She is. So.
Joy, how about you? Do you remember?
Favorite scene?
Yeah, what was your favorite or most difficult scene?
I would just say my favorite scene was like the wedding, because like weddings are
right.
Make you happy, make your dreams come true. Nothing that I wouldn't do. Go to the ends of the earth for you.
I had a great wedding in my real life, and then I had a great wedding on television, so that's always the best.
It wasn't the rain scene. It wasn't the making out with Daxon, like Notebook
cool.
style.
Sure, whatever.
Sure, that was great too. Yeah,
that was a really good moment.
Yeah,
that was a very earned moment.
Yeah, my hair loved it.
You look fresh. You look beautiful.
I just think, like, overall for me, the entire experience of working on the show, I mean, it's still the greatest job I've ever had. I mean that.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
real talk. And just the being able to work with such amazing people from Jason and Larry and the writers and directors and of course all the actors. I mean, it was the greatest gig ever. Still to this day. I've been working for a while.
Yeah.
So I just, to me, it was all kind of fond memories. It was the sweetest gig. I mean, it's hard for me to pick and choose what's the best part of it, but all of it.
And Erica, your character was on an emotional roller coaster. You dealt with some of the most hardest internal struggles of all the characters. What do you say your most difficult scene was?
Difficult is a confusing one, but I mean, obviously it was extremely emotional when she found out she couldn't have the baby.
It makes it really, really hard to get pregnant. And, it's just really unlikely. Sorry.
You can't apologize to me for something like that.
I'm just...
That was like the moment. That was the worst. You've been trying to make me cry this whole interview.
I'm not crying at all. You're crying.
I do want to say, you know, as a man watching this, one of the things that I appreciated was you were all super moms, and it almost felt as though this time was a time where women were grappling with this idea of like you need to be everything, and you have to be a super mom, you have to have this career, and at the same time dealing with both stigmas, and you played both those stigmas.
Yeah.
You played the mom that could do everything, and then you played the mom that walked away for her family.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It's interesting because I am a career woman, but I really get that struggle of retaining your identity. It is a thing that so many parents go through, and especially moms usually, of retaining your identity when you're no longer the most important person in your life. You've clearly put other people before yourself, and then you have to remember to take care of yourself and to take care of what your hopes and dreams and interests and skills are, and just give them time too. So it was really cool to explore that, and then really cool to also experience that afterward.
Jason, was that the intent? Did you set out with this in mind? Because it was pioneering at the time, right?
We got to look at all of these families. We got to look at them as one big, family together, but we got to watch each of them and see how they all had their own kind of struggles and challenges and things that they brought. And that was for Julia's character, that was definitely a big part of the story we wanted to explore.
It's so beautiful that you have 4 families or
Yes.
more to just variations on a theme every time. Like tackle the theme from 4 completely different
Right.
viewpoints and see how everybody takes it on, and then kids and Craig and Bonnie, like everybody got to look at this thing from different angles and embrace as many points of view as possible. It was really interesting. It's huge cast.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Tell me about what's brought you here today.
Fans. It's really cool that the murmurs of a Parenthood reunion have been very passionate.
And you can hear
So,
some of them in the background.
yeah.
I mean, even today, the fans want to see you back together.
Yeah.
They do. They want our family back on television.
If you had to sum up the legacy of Parenthood, how would you do that?
I think Jason created a world that was both realistic and aspirational. And so I think the idea of real families with real issues and real struggles, but at the end of the day, they would find the love would bring them back together. And so it was both something that people could relate to and aspire to. And I think that's what makes the show so special. And that's what Jason created.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
That was a good answer.
Yeah, I feel like, the show is called Parenthood, and it shows how hard parenthood is, but how worth it is.
And all different aspects of parenthood.
Yeah.
There's parenthood, there's grandparenthood, there's sibling love, there's all of it.
One of the things about the show that I would say is that the show allowed all these stories to breathe. We watched all the nuanced moments.
Oh, God.
Who's singing this?
This is us. Uncle Crosby helped us make it.
It is
You
so
like it, Grandpa?
Do I like it? I love it.
Good, because we're going to do it again when you turn 80. Dad said we could use a real band then.
That'll be fun. I can sell the CDs at Safeway. Come on. There it is.
Yeah.
It wasn't concerned with telling stories that were, big, plot-driven types of stories. We were able to really watch. It was like watching real life happen.
Yeah, and not wrapped up in pretty bows every 42 minutes.
And not wrapping them up, so quickly.
Yeah.
And sometimes letting things be unresolved.
Yeah.
And that I think is the thing that I think was so beautiful about the show.
I hate to put you on the spot in front of your television children almost. But
Yeah. Who's my favorite?
Yeah.
Well, Monica's always told me that it's her. It's the first thing she said to me. Literally.
Like, you better, yeah.
Is that true? I'm your favorite. What were you going to ask?
Everybody knows. It's fine.
It's on the record now.
But you
it's
want
on
me
the
to
record.
choose?
Yeah.
Which is my favorite
which
of these?
If you had to choose a scene, which scene?
Oh, a scene.
Yeah, if you had to choose a scene, which scene do you think defines parenthood?
The thing that's so great about the show is there are so many scenes. You can't define it with one scene because it's a true ensemble. Mm-hmm. It is a true ensemble. It's not like it's really about this person, but we have other characters. It's without everybody, it wouldn't be the show that it was. So you can't say that. That said, you know, in the pilot episode, when Peter Krauser's character says to his dad that there's something going on with his son.
Dad, there's something wrong with my son. There's something wrong. What do you mean? There's something wrong. And I'm gonna need you to help me.
That's a moment that I felt was a very scary thing for me to write that scene. And it's one that made me feel like that's the path that we're on when I saw that scene. That's the path we're on in the stories we want to tell in the shows. We want to be that.
And it was
honest.
that moment of vulnerability, an adult man asking
telling
his
father, coming
he
to
needs
his
help.
father, saying that I need help and something's going on, and because men, you know, they don't want, the men have good, and I'm one of them, have good, strong denial systems. So we don't immediately go to that place. So for him to say that to his father was incredibly moving to me, how vulnerable it was. And of course, writing it was one thing, and then to see Peter and Craig do it was very, there was just, but you know, even as I say that, I can think of, I'm thinking of a dozen others, I'm thinking of hundreds of others, which was to my point.
Hi there. Hey, you might know me. My name is Jeff Goldblum.
And I'm Bryce Dallas Howard.
And we're in the new movie called Jurassic World Dominion from NBC's parent company, NBC Universal. I play the so-called brilliant Dr. Ian Malcolm, a role that I first took on, believe it or not, 30 years ago in the film called Jurassic Park. I don't know if you ever caught up with that picture, yeah.
Yeah, and I actually play Claire Deering, who has a soft spot for saving dinosaurs and protecting her family.
Oh, I love that part so much, in your capable hands. Now listen, this film, Jurassic World Dominion, is the epic conclusion, we like to say, of the Jurassic era. And we're pretty excited to be hosting this, let's call it Today All Day special, all about our little picture.
Yes, in the next half hour, we'll be highlighting interviews with our fellow actors, and we'll take you behind the scenes with our director, Colin Trevorrow.
And later on, we're going to have some nostalgia for you, a kind of a fun throwback clip from the Today Show vault with our friend, the one and only, the great Sam Neill. Geez, I can't wait for you to see that.
But let's get up to what's first up, shall we? I got to witness my pal Chris Pratt do a stellar job playing fearless dino whisperer Owen Grady. He's back in this final installment to the Jurassic franchise and spoke about what it was like to bring this story to life.
It's been 4 years since dinosaurs were unleashed on the world in the last Jurassic World film.
Well, now in the latest and final installment, Jurassic World Dominion, humans are doing their best to coexist with those massive creatures.
That includes Chris Pratt's character Owen, who in one thrilling sequence finds himself hunted by some terrifying dinos. Take a look.
You were
Chris?
just saying that was one of your craziest action scenes.
Tell
Yeah,
us.
absolutely one of the craziest action sequences I've ever been a part of or ever seen. You know, you go to like a fireworks display, like 4th of July, New Year's, there's always the finale.
Yeah.
You're like waiting for it, and then boom, you're like, oh, this is it, this is the finale.
Yeah.
I feel like the whole movie is that. It's like 30 years in the making, you know. This is the 6th Jurassic film, and it's the end of this franchise.
Is it really the end?
Yeah,
Come on.
I really do think it's the end. Yeah,
Wow.
you've got the legacy cast back: Sam Neill, Laura Dern, Jeff Goldblum, plus the cast of Jurassic World, all like converge. Our storylines converging in a way that is very much a finale.
What was it like having the old cast back?
It was insane.
Yeah.
It was actually insane. Like, first time I saw Jurassic Park, I was 13.
Yeah.
I had no idea I was ever going to be an actor. Like, if you'd have told me that I would be like doing this, there's no way I would have believed it. And these folks were like cemented in my mind as icons. And so to be working with them, it's a dream come true.
When you say there's no way to believe it, I mean, you were actually living in a van, right?
Yeah.
You were kind of homeless, I guess.
The home was kind of my van,
homeless-ish.
so
okay.
I did have a van.
It's a thing.
I mean, just to imagine going from that to this.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, and it's been now 23 years, and looking back on it, it's kind of mind-blowing. And yeah.
How'd you get discovered? You were in Hawaii waiting tables, right?
I was in Hawaii waiting tables. I had done theater. I saw you had the cast of Mrs. Doubtfire on Broadway. It was like my dream to be on Broadway, to do theater. I did it as a kid growing up. I loved it. Always loved to be a performer, and it was never real to me. It was the way a kid would dream of being like, you know, an astronaut. Like, sure, someone gets to go to space, but it's probably not going to be me. Yeah. And, you know, I just happened to wait on a director who gave me an opportunity and gave me an audition, and, you know, I got paid $700 and the door got opened a crack, and I was determined to barrel through it.
Going back to Jurassic World with the original legacy cast, I heard you guys were sort of in like a summer camp together because it was a COVID shoot, so you guys were all like bunking up in the same hotel?
Exactly, yeah. Everyone was bunked up in the same hotel. It was really kind of extraordinary. It reminded me of very early on in my career, you do these independent movies, like the movie that got me into Hollywood. I got paid $700. We all stayed in the same hotel room, you know, and there's this sort of like summer camp vibe. You build these relationships that you think are going to last forever, and it's like, it feels kind of amazing. And oftentimes in these bigger budget movies, you lose a little sense of that magic because everyone's got their own trailer and they're off doing their own thing. They fly in, you might not see them until they're standing on their mark, but it was not the case with this film. And that was one of the amazing silver linings through this process. Shooting in COVID with all of the protocols in place, we were actually able to hang out every single night, have every meal together.
That's a cool way to end it, to close the story.
Yeah, it was really kind of a blessing amongst sort of the difficulty that everyone faced over the past couple of years.
Chris Pratt, he's pulchritudinous, isn't he? He's fantastic. Hey, now let's turn to an interview with this lovely, lovely lady. And as Bryce mentioned, she plays Claire Deering, the longtime love interest to Chris Pratt's character named Owen.
The two of us take on some wild dinosaur battles in this part of the story, and I told the third hour of today all about it.
In the latest installment, Jurassic World Dominion, dinosaurs now inhabit the Earth with humans after their home is destroyed. Bryce Dallas Howard returns as Claire, who quickly learns coexisting is not going to be a walk in the park. Oh, this is so great. Bryce, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Too. Thank you for having me.
Wow, a lot of action, a lot of stunt work, a lot of. Obviously, you know, you've been invested in this character. How difficult is it saying goodbye to Claire when this is done, all said and done?
Honestly, difficult. And it's just kind of hit me in the last few days because the movie is coming out this weekend. And you know, what's so great about getting to do press is that you know you finish the movie, but you know you're going to see see folks, whether it's in a year or a couple years. And so we've all been reunited, running around doing press together, and it's slowly winding down. And so I'm a little like,
After this, then what? But I mean, we had Laura Dern, we had Jeff Goldblum on the show earlier today. You've got B.D. Wong in the movie, Sam Neill. I mean, the originals. Did you watch the original?
Yeah.
Did it resonate with you when you're actually on screen?
Yeah, I mean, I will never forget the experience that I had watching Jurassic Park opening weekend in the theaters in 1993. I was 12 years old.
Was it 93?
It was 93. My parents saw the movie. They weren't going to let me because it was PG-13 and I was 12. And
follow the rules.
Exactly. And then they came home that night, and my dad said, I remember this distinctly. He said, "You've got to see this movie in the theaters. You cannot miss this. Cinema has changed forever. This is one of the most
That's Ron
incredible
Howard. I think that when Ron Howard says that.
Yes.
You listen.
And so now, it's interesting. There's this theme of female empowerment that we don't typically see in the action movie space. Talk to me a little bit about that. How did that become part of the film?
It so easily. There was no agenda. It's just that the same amount of men and women were cast.
And you get to show what you can do.
That's amazing.
What a concept.
It's incredible. I know. Just
Isn't that interesting? Because we're thinking, oh my gosh, this is all about women, but it's like, no, actually, it's just equal, and we're just showing how we roll.
Yeah. We're just a team.
just
We're all
awesome.
teaming up.
Yeah.
And it's. I mean, that kind of ethos, I think, is intrinsic in the Jurassic franchise, starting with the original book written by Michael Crichton, and of course this incredible character, Dr. Ellie Sattler, played by Laura Dern.
Yeah.
And I think it. I mean, for me, I remember as a girl being affected watching her performance and just being like, oh my gosh, she is amazing. Yes, exactly.
Well, you having fun yet? I am. Hey, there's much more still to come. Up next, my chat here on Today with the delightful Laura Dern.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our Jurassic World Dominion Today All Day special. This movie is quite special because it includes actors like this guy right here who starred in the original Jurassic Park in 1993.
Yeah, well, I had a little part in it beside Laura Dern. And she and I sat down, by the way, with our Today Show friends to chat about our triumphant, if I may, return to a world filled with dinosaurs.
Laura Dern and Jeff Goldblum, they helped launch a global phenomenon when they unleashed Jurassic Park on the world in 1993. Y'all, it is 30 years later, just about, and we're back. Y'all, welcome back. It's so good to see you.
Oh, it's so beautiful to see you.
Okay,
and see everybody.
by the way, your crowd is so pumped up for this movie. I mean, the first movie was about the dinosaurs and all that, but it was more about the chemistry. So here you are 30 years later, the band is back together. Will you tell us what it was like, what the moments were like reuniting?
Well, and Jeff's heard this, one of my favorite memories is walking onto set, and we'd all seen each other, but I saw our beloved Sam Neill with Dr. Alan Grant's hat on, and I turned to my right, and here comes Jeff in Dr. Ian Malcolm's black leather jacket. And we got into a Jeep together for our first scene together, and we looked out the windshield. Our director was taking a photo. We were getting ready to do the shot, and crew members were gathered around. Some were smiling or clapping. Several people started crying, and we got very emotional just because we've all shared this first movie together. You know, we all grew up with it, and there was something very nostalgic about being back together.
Jeff, we had Chris Pratt on. He was pinching himself that he was with you guys. A lot of that.
Pinch himself a lot. I noticed that.
Yes,
What's the matter with that guy?
A lot of these guys, though, they grew up watching it too, and now they're kind of awestruck to be starring with you. But what makes this magic last, Jeff, for 30 years?
Well, what, Jurassic magic? Laura Dern, you know, the people, and you know, Sam, well, it came from a great book. Michael Crichton wrote that book a long time ago, interesting ideas, and then Steven Spielberg turned it into a good movie. And the technology coincided with our first movie so that they brought dinosaurs to life like they'd never been. But then, I'm serious, you know, Laura Dern, you know, those characters, you know, beautiful. Laura can't do anything that she had already done. So much. You'd seen all those things she'd done before. She'd already done Smooth Talk and Ramblin' Rose and Blue Velvet and Wild at Heart. And we started.
My agent,
well,
and also my
we started
actor.
around the same time. We did a movie. You know, you in 1973, you were doing Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, and I was doing Death Wish. We've been in movies about the same amount of time.
Well, and Jeff, at this beautiful stage in your career, you've got 2 babies.
Yes.
Ages 5?
5 and like yours, and almost 7.
5 and 7.
You've got 3 and 5.
I've got 3 and 5. But I have a question. Having your kids watch this movie, have you debated whether or not your 5-year-old is going to be watching this?
Yes, yes. And we have plans. We bought tickets for this coming weekend when it opens. We're going to go, and they've never been to a movie theater before.
Aren't you a little worried they're going to be kind of scared of these crazy
I
dragons?
am worried. They're sensitive. They say, oh, we're not scared of anything, you know. But we showed them Jurassic Park and the second one on TV.
Yeah.
And, you know, the first time, they've seen it a couple of times. The first time they were, you know, but if I said I'll be close, if you get scared, I'll walk you out.
And they were with us, the most amazing boys in the world, and his amazing wife, Emily. We all lived together for these 5 months in the middle of the pandemic to make the film. So they also kind of know the behind the scenes.
They went into the creature shop and saw the things being made, you know. And
I love that. Laura, on the cover of Variety magazine, who graced the cover but Miss Laura Dern? Laura, I think this is so incredible, first of all, that you're on the cover. Secondly, I just think your character, it's so funny. Sometimes you play a character and you think, well, I'm playing a character for a minute. When you played your character in Jurassic World, the first one, so many young girls made career choices based on this character. They chose marine biology. Do people come up to you and talk about that?
They do, and I was just sharing that an amazing congresswoman recently said to me that it was Dr. Ellie Sattler that made her believe that she could be empowered and have gender equity because of this film that, you know, with Steven's leadership and our producer Kathy Kennedy, we wanted an equal partner in the story to the male characters, which, as you know well, was rare in film.
Speaking of male characters and your chest, you had an unbuttoned look that I think we're all very familiar with.
It's
right, guys? Very memorable.
All too familiar and very male. Speaking of, you can't get more male.
May I see this? May I see the book? Do you mind?
Oh no! Oh, you mustn't torment me with
you know
this.
What? We happen to have this.
Watch this.
What? Are you doing it?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay. Let's open this up.
Oh yeah, may I? Have you seen this?
No.
I've seen a prototype of this. I didn't know you were going to have this. Watch. God creates dinosaurs, and then your line, woman inherits the earth.
Okay.
But this is the book that ostensibly Ian Malcolm wrote. Watch this. Look what they made, and then. There's me.
There. Wait. Hold on. There you are. Wait. Look at you.
I've got lines from it. Yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
Push my head and I speak a line.
Do you remember these lines? This is the best thing ever, y'all.
I mean, everyone
Jeff
needs
Goldblum. Just one button.
There you go. Look at that. They're for you. Just for you. Just for you.
We are so excited for this movie. Are y'all excited?
I just love being here on Today. I just do. Can't you tell?
Of course.
Yeah, I really do. And don't go anywhere, because after the break, we have a special interview with our director, Colin Trevorrow. So stay with us, please.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. I appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. I appreciate it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to our Jurassic World Dominion Today All Day special. Director Colin Trevorrow first helped relaunch the Jurassic Park franchise in 2015 with Jurassic World.
Yeah, and he spoke to Today about what it was like to direct our latest film and to bring about an epic final chapter.
I promise you, I am going to get her back.
Jurassic World Dominion is a completely different kind of film than any of the other Jurassic movies have been. The dinosaurs are out in the world. They are creating havoc, and genetic power has reached a point where it's threatening the survival of life on this planet. I wanted to direct the third film because just being able to wrap up the story we've been telling the whole time, to be able to take these characters who I care about and make sure that they find a home together and feel safe. And I include the dinosaurs in that, the T-Rex. These are characters from our childhood who we love, and so making sure that all of these stories are wrapped up in a way that feels consistent, that when you watch all three movies together, it feels like one long story, which I really believe it does. That was really important to me, and the fact that we made it during a pandemic was really challenging. I was directing a movie in two different countries at the same time. It was hard, but we did it. I wanted it to be a warmer film than the previous two. We were kind of a cold blue in Jurassic World, and then in this film, I wanted it to feel like a big, robust, romantic adventure. It's shot on film, which is really important to me, and hopefully by the time you get to the end of it, you will feel like you've been through a lot, and the people just look tired and bruised, and that's the kind of adventure I like. From a production design standpoint, it's really important to me and Kevin Jenkins, our designer, that we are as practical as possible at any given turn. So we didn't make a movie in a computer. There are not digitally designed backgrounds. We built 112 sets. We made animatronic dinosaurs. We put people in real environments with real animals so they could look around and be confident that they were actually there. And then the biggest challenge is when you build something that's as spectacular as some of the things that we built, to make sure not to constantly just be in a giant wide shot showing off your amazing set to the audience, but really get in there and live in it as if it's a real place. It was very important to use animatronics because not only is that a legacy, it's what made us love Jurassic Park so much, is that we actually saw those animals were real. But in our film, because we have such great actors, to be able to provide them the opportunity to not be emoting across from a tennis ball, but actually be able to reach out and touch something in the way that Laura Dern does in her scene when she moves her finger back and forth. Puppeteers naturally reacted to what she was doing, so there was an actual exchange between living things, which I think is extremely special.
What is that?
Biggest carnivore the world has ever seen.
Run!
The reality of these movies, I think, really matters. It's one of the very few franchises where the main characters are just regular people. They're professionals, they're scientists, they're parents. And so I wanted to make sure the whole world felt as if it actually existed, because we are talking about some real world scientific issues in the film. Some of the dangers that we present are dangers that exist. And so the closer we could get it to our reality, I think the more believable it's gonna be. Some of the more insane things that we do in the film that you're gonna buy it. Working with this cast was just one of the most satisfying creative experiences that I've had, because I was able to work with legendary actors like Laura Dern and Sam Neill and Jeff Goldblum, B.D. Wong, and then these good friends of mine who I've been making these movies with for 8 years, Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard, and then these new friends who I think make as much of an impact on this movie as any of the legends and icons who have come before, in Mamadou Ache and DeWanda Wise and Tishan Lockman. All of them together as one group, especially at the end when they're literally all together as one group, it was just such a wonderful experience. And it was during a really challenging time. We were all very afraid. We were making a film during COVID, and yet because of all of these people, because they have such brilliant skill sets and also just beautiful souls, we managed to get through it together. I wanted to pay homage to the spirit of Jurassic Park, but I didn't want to make a carbon copy of Jurassic Park. And that's something that I've really focused on in each of the movies. We feel like in order to honor what Steven created and what Michael Crichton created, we have to aggressively bring new ideas to the table, because that's what they did. And so these movies are different. They're a completely different kind of experience, and yet I know that Jurassic Park's never going away. They'll all be there for people to enjoy together. So to me, it was making sure that the characters that we were bringing back felt like they were presented in a way that was honest and authentic and real, and you actually believe these were human beings who've been alive for the same 30 years that some of us have been alive for, and a lot's happened in those 30 years. People love this franchise, but I think they just love dinosaurs. And however we present dinosaurs in each of these films, I hope that at all times it taps into, yes, a fear that we have of them, but also a humility that we have in the face of them, this recognition that they walked the earth, they share the same soil as us, and yet they look so different and lived so long ago and actually lived so much longer than we have. It's just a very grand idea and a really unique relationship between, movie creature, movie monster, and audience. When people leave the theater, I really hope that there's a sense that we made these movies for a reason. And we weren't just making a bunch of situations where people could get chomped by dinosaurs, even though we do that, and I enjoy it. These are movies that did have something to say, and ultimately we landed in a place that hopefully you can walk out of there with your family feeling a sense that we are small and we are fragile, but also we can succeed and we can survive if we do it together.
Lots to learn there. We certainly love Colin. It was amazing to work with him.
Yeah, just amazing. Now up next, we're dipping into the Today Show vault for a Jurassic Park flashback. Stay tuned for that.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Hey, everybody. everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And we're back on our Jurassic World Dominion special here on Today All Day. To round this all off, we thought it'd be fun to travel back in time to when all of this began.
Yes, the year is 1993, and a film called Jurassic Park was just about to hit theaters. Here's Sam Neill, who reprises his role as Dr. Alan Grant in our new movie, and he's talking about the first iteration of the dinosaur story here on Today.
Your character is based on a real-life paleontologist. Tell me about who that is and how you learned the tricks of the trade, if you will.
Well, he's a guy called Jack Horner, and he digs up bones in Montana. And my character's very much based on him, and he was also advising us on the film. He was with us quite a lot of the time, and I'm pretty much playing him. It was easy. And he also gave me a lot of information about dinosaurs. He got me really prepped up. But then, in the end, because these dinosaurs were on the set and playing with us, I didn't need to know anything about dinosaurs because they were there. And
what was that like?
Life.
What was that like, being around all these incredibly lifelike creatures?
Well, I was kind of anxious about it, but they're very professional. For all of them, it was their first movie. But they
no egos?
No egos at all. There was never any problem getting out of the trailers. They never sat on my chair. And I think they have a big future in the movie business.
Wow, terrific. Wow, look at him. Can you believe that? Just terrific to revisit a memory like that. Working on that film was a real joy and a privilege for me. And it was a treat to reunite with Sam and Laura for this story 3 decades later. 3 decades? Is that possible? Can you believe that?
It is. It is. It's crazy, though, and we are so lucky to have you all. So that was our Jurassic World Dominion special here on Today All Day. We hope you enjoyed learning about how we put our movie together.
And don't forget, Jurassic World Dominion is out in theaters tomorrow, so be sure to check it out. And thanks very much for watching. I'm Jeff Goldblum.
And I'm Bryce Dallas Howard.
Bye.
Bye. Bye today all day.
Oh, hi. Oh, my gosh, it's Today All Day Land. It's Thursday. We're so happy you're tuning into our digital show Today in 30.
Hello, we're thrilled you're here, and we've got a lot of great segments for you in this half hour. We're going to start with new ways to cope with those skyrocketing gas prices. Just ahead, we're going to share some actual solutions you can use to make your next fill-up last a little bit longer.
And then, can you feel the excitement in our studio? Because Valerie Bertinelli joined us here for the first time in well over 2 years. She has practically a dressing room. And now she's back. We got a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, plus the third hour crew has a great story to share about a man and his feline friend who are always up for an adventure.
And our girl Bobby Thomas is here with her best finds that'll help you get that summer glow.
I want to glow up. Yeah, Bobby, we need you.
All right, we ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Time for Today in 30. This morning, coping with soaring gas prices that stand to hit yet another record high.
Stop me if you've heard that one before. The situation is really wreaking havoc on family budgets everywhere, but it is also showcasing the savviness of the American consumer, leading to all new habits as drivers are adjusting now.
NBC's Sam Brock's been talking to people about some of the tricks they're using. He also got a few recommendations from some experts. Yeah. Sam, good morning.
Guys, good morning. You know, Americans are crafty, if nothing else. But yes, the sheer pain inflicted here at the pump is producing new patterns of behavior for people trying to just soften that economic blow. From parents, guys, choosing to carpool not just with their kids, but with each other. Meals out now turning into online delivery to save a trip. And drivers now realizing you don't necessarily need premium gas, even if you have luxury wheels. The difference between regular and Supreme, $4.75 at this gas station versus $5.29. That is a 50-cent gap, or about $10 for a truck like this. Anything and everything is on the table. For a nation that feels like it's stuck right now in gas gridlock, many drivers aren't sitting idle with soaring costs. They're getting creative.
My salary hasn't changed, so I carpool with my sister to work. 1 week she drives and the 1 week I drive.
And it's not just moms. College students like Gabby Solomon are crafting new systems for getting together.
We all go in one car so that it's not like $20 each person like spending their gas.
Carpools and car swaps.
Yeah, I just bought a motorcycle because now for $20 I use like for 3 days to 4 days. It just saves me a lot.
Some families even working more from home while stacking their trips.
We try to consolidate. For example, we're running errands now instead of, perhaps just running to Target and then heading home. We're trying to, hit a couple stops.
According to the consumer experts at NerdWallet, these are all common approaches to curbing gas costs.
They're also shifting to more online purchases and also doing all of their errands online whenever possible.
Popular food delivery apps like Instacart or DoorDash charge delivery fees, service fees, or both. But even if those end up costing a consumer $5 or $10, it might still be cheaper than a trip in a car. Others on social media scoping out alternative forms of transportation.
They see me rolling, they hating.
Under the title, When Gas Prices Get Too High, busting out kids' cars, Power Wheels, go-karts. The satire revealing at a time gas prices are so high, bike sales are exploding.
I've moved to the city, I don't need my car, can't afford gas.
And even police departments are under strain. This Michigan Sheriff's Office is feeling the pain at the pump as well, according to its Facebook post, and has advised deputies to manage non-urgent calls over the phone. A sign of the times, as experts say those who need cars can keep some simple saving tools handy. Gas stations offer credit cards and rewards that can net you 3 to 5 cents off per gallon. Big box membership clubs like Costco and Sam's have cheaper gas and regular deals. And even Google Maps is your friend with an option to navigate based on fewer hills and traffic. While they may not save drivers from pump time dread,
I'm 50 years old, I've never seen them this high.
Every penny in this climate counts. Now we talk about those fuel-efficient routes for Google. Let's just say hypothetically, guys, because the weekend is coming up, I want to go to Miami Beach. I know you showed that shot earlier in the show. I put in Miami Beach in the directional bar here on Google Maps. Then I just press these 3 little dots above that. Look what pops up, this bar. Select route options, and then as you go through your various options, you can toggle between prefer fuel-efficient routes or not. I'm going to set it that way. If you go back, check this out. On the bottom of the route, it says most fuel efficient. This is just one option. You also have companies like Fuelio and Jerrycan that say it's 20% more efficient. At this point, you got to say it's worth a shot.
Well,
Guys, back to you.
Sam, the energy you'll harness just dancing in those clubs in Miami Beach. If only we could get that into the tank of your car.
Every Friday night. I know Craig is going to join me, I think he said, next weekend, so I'm looking forward to that.
See you on South Beach.
Okay.
Bye, Sam.
Bye, Sam. Have a good weekend. We turn now to another high-profile legal showdown between 2 famous exes. This time, it's Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, at the center of the dispute, a winery they purchased together back in 2008. NBC's Stephanie Goss joins us now with details. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Brad Pitt's legal team is now accusing Jolie of intentionally harming him and his business in the south of France, the Chateau Miraval winery. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie were once known for battling on screen.
It's all John, sweetheart.
But this morning, the legal battle between the former couple is heating up. New court documents filed last week against Jolie and Russian billionaire Yuri Shefler allege the two have damaged Pitt and diminished the value of French winery Chateau Miraval, in which Pitt holds shares. Pitt also claiming that Jolie has tried to force him into a partnership with a stranger with poisonous associations and intentions. In happier times, the two bought shares in the wine company in 2008, even getting married at Chateau Miraval in 2014. Jolie has not filed any response nor has made any official statements. Back in February, Pitt sued Jolie for unlawfully selling her shares. Now his attorneys argue she, quote, sought to inflict harm, adding she violated an agreement the two made during their partnership. According to the documents, Pitt says both he and Jolie understood neither could sell their stake without the other's knowledge and permission.
Something that's immediately apparent is that there is no written contract that he's alleging that Jolie has breached. Instead, he's saying that there were implied contract rights.
Pitt's legal team also accuses Jolie of vindictively pulling out of share negotiations with him last year amid the couple's ongoing custody proceedings over their 6 children, alleging she, quote, lied in order to engage in secret negotiations with an undisclosed buyer. That buyer, Tenute Del Mondo, a company Pitt's lawsuit describes as a hostile third-party competitor bent on taking control of Miraval. Pitt's attorneys also claim it's indirectly owned by Scheffler, who they say their client had already refused to make a deal with. NBC News has reached out to Scheffler for comment, but he has not responded.
Sometimes disputes are of such a personal nature that it's very difficult for the law to find the best path forward.
Pitt's legal team is seeking damages for a, quote, malicious breach, requesting a trial by jury. But experts we spoke to say for a civil matter at this time, it's highly unlikely the case would land in a courtroom in under a year.
Okay. All right, Steph, thank you. So let's get to our morning boost. Here we go. All right, so a woman who went to her grandson's kindergarten graduation started recording when the kids performed a song that was part of the program. And she captured one future star who was kind of out to steal the show. He started by pulling out one awesome dance after another. You almost had to worry that he might have been about to fall off the stage, but he had great balance too. Some of the other kids were doing their hand gestures that they were taught to go along with the song. But this guy, he's got his whole thing going. And we need to know his name, because one day we're going to be hearing about this child.
Oh my gosh.
That's a happy dance.
He needs a stage.
That's a happy dance.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. In case you haven't noticed, we're pretty excited for our next guest around here. Her name, of course, Valerie Bertinelli. She's been a regular with us here on Today. It has been 884 days since she's been here in Studio 1A, and I'm the one who's counting. So let's not wait any longer. Valerie, will you come on out? Come.
Hi, guys. Hi, sweetheart.
Oh, hello.
Oh, boy, it feels real. Oh, I'm really happy to be back. Hi, Carson. Oh, my God, I'm such a little weepy little mess. Oh, my goodness, sorry.
By the way, we have not seen you. You've sat in this chair so many times, and you've shared.
Why am I
so
crying?
much. Because you're home. That's why, because you're home. How does it feel to be back home?
Oh, lovely. I've missed all of you guys so much. I've missed you. We've got to, play around a little bit, on virtual, but, it's just not the same. This is...
And you know what, too? As I'm looking at you, I'm reflecting on so much that has happened since you last sat here live in one of these chairs.
Oh, God.
So much has happened, and there's so much that's gone past. Your ex-husband, Eddie Van Halen, passed away. Your son got a Grammy nomination. You had a marriage that ended. So much to talk about.
Yeah.
Life
keeps moving no matter what happens. Yeah.
What did Eddie's passing teach or reveal to you, do you think, in your life?
Love. If there's nothing else in this world, go back to that key point that you know that you have inside you, that you know that you feel for the people that are closest to you, that love always wins no matter what. Even when they're gone, there's still that love there to be grateful for that you had.
And you had a good relationship with Ed throughout. I mean, I think that
we had our bumpy, moments as well. But near the end, I wrote about it in the book because I just thought it was something that people needed to hear, that no matter what you go through, you can always find your way back to love and forgiveness. And we were able to do that gratefully. I wish he hadn't died after that. It would have been nice to spend some more time with him. But yeah, I was grateful that we had that.
I wondered too, because you were in a relationship, obviously at the time, married at the time.
Well, we were separated.
You were separated at the time. Did it, because that's a difficult thing. I was looking on your Instagram and I like that you're very honest and you're like, divorce
sometimes
sucks.
too honest.
Divorce sucks. That's what you wrote.
It does.
But it does.
It does.
What sucked about it?
Well, because you never go into marriage thinking you're going to get a divorce.
Yeah.
You know, you always think this is going to, last forever. This is it. Yeah. And here I am, twice divorced. So I don't know everything.
Yeah.
It sucks. It sucks because, it's hard to not have a person in your life that you thought you wanted to spend the rest of your life with.
Yeah. You know what's great about you? And it started when you walked out here and you got tears in your eyes. Sometimes when life gets tough, people get hard. They become concrete. Their heart is rock hard, and nothing's going to hurt them again. No, not you, not you. I'm not You don't have that.
Really?
I don't.
Because I feel like, I am going to be more than happy to be happily divorced and spend the rest of my life alone. Yeah. I'll be happy that way. Well, with my 6 cats and my dog and my son and hopefully one day grandchildren.
Yeah.
So,
you don't think you'll look for love?
Oh God, no.
Really? Why such a hard, fast no?
Because of the challenges that I'm going through right now, because divorce sucks.
Yeah.
I can't imagine ever trusting anyone again to let into my life. So I have some trust issues that I'm sure I'm going to have to get past. But can I just do something real quick without taking us off? My brother just had open heart surgery yesterday. And I just want to say hi to Enzo. He is my nephew. And to Jessica for taking care of David. Thank you so much. And David, get your ass better. Stop doing this to us and stop scaring us. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Well, good. Let us know how he's doing.
Yes, so far so good.
And can we just talk about Wolfie for a second?
Yes.
Wolfie is in a moment. Wolfie is Grammy nominated.
Yes.
Wolfie has incredible music out.
Yes.
What is it like? You're riding next to him. You get to see his open road. I mean, what's it like?
It's so joyful. As a mother, it's just when you see your children prosper and just their eyes wide and things happening that they enjoy. I mean, even things that happen that they don't enjoy. I mean, just watching through their eyes, it's been wonderful.
I love your love for each other. And I love how you guys joke. First, you're like, I want to get more in his life. He's like, hey, Mom, arm's length, back up. And
Can you imagine if he blocked me on Instagram or something? I'd be like, I have all these people that be so mad at you, so you have to let me follow you.
Well, one of the reasons we love you is because you make this place feel like home, and you're going to cook for us in a little while. What are you going to make?
I am going to make some ginger scallion chicken thighs that are really delicious.
By the way, all the guys were like, if she doesn't make chicken thighs, we're walking out.
I have to make chicken thighs here. And cauliflower potato salad.
Stick around because there's much more coming up on Today in 30.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. reporting from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
June is known as Great Outdoors Month, and this morning in our series, The Upside, we're going to introduce you to a guy who is always up for an adventure in nature. And he's not alone. His travel companion is always by his side, or should we say, on his shoulder.
He's a head turner for sure. Because people are, when they first pass him, they're like, is that a dog? Is that a monkey? I mean, they don't.
For avid outdoorsman and vlogger JJ Yosh, hiking has become downright positive. Thanks to this furry pal, a black Bombay cat named Simon.
He really helps me to slow down and see the world around me.
For the past 6 years, since Simon was just weeks old, JJ has been taking him on outdoor excursions. How many adventures have you guys been on?
I mean, in terms of big adventures, maybe multi-day, I'd say we've done like 50 plus. He's gotten to go on road trips across the US, but we've done hundreds of little adventures just everywhere. I hope to be able to do adventures with him for the next 15 years.
You're doing well.
I mean, we're definitely soulmates.
But the duo wasn't always a perfect match. In fact, Simon wanted nothing to do with JJ when they first met.
He did not want to come with me at all. And for the first couple days, he was just one of the worst cats ever. Wouldn't stop meowing, wouldn't let me near him. And so it took a little bit of warming up for him to actually start to like me and adopt me.
Yeah, I think they choose you. You don't choose them. Then the pair became inseparable. JJ naming Simon after his guardian angel.
It was so strange because when I got Simon, that presence that I felt was totally gone. I do feel like he is watching over me.
JJ moving to Boulder, Colorado to be closer to the outdoors. Then one day, he decided to bring Simon along for the journey.
The tricky part was trying to figure out a way to have him walk on a leash, have a harness on, and kind of do things that would be more like what you would do with the dog. And just figuring out if he would even like hiking.
Hiking wasn't exactly second nature for this feline, forcing JJ to carry him on his shoulders.
And so that's kind of where he became known as Backpacking Kitty, because that was his preferred mode of transportation, making me do all the work, which is what cats do.
Would physically put him in a backpack?
He just is on my shoulder. I mean, I can literally show you.
I'd love to see this. But in true cat fashion, Simon wasn't having it.
Typically, he'll just stay on my shoulder, especially if I give him a treat. Maybe he'll do that. Okay, right now he's not.
But now, Simon's a seasoned adventurer. Equipped with his protective harness and leash, he has gone to places no cat has dared to explore. Soaring over Seattle in a seaplane, touring the depths of a mine. And now the duo is trying to climb Colorado's 14,000-foot peaks. JJ documents their experiences to Simon's more than 500,000 Instagram and 4 million TikTok followers who know him best as Backpacking Kitty. Were you surprised at Backpacking Kitty's popularity?
I definitely wasn't. He's definitely the star of the show and I'm the supporting actor.
This pair proving even cats can be man's best friend out in the wild. How has he changed your life?
Our relationship is still It's ever growing. It's definitely helped me to not only slow down in life and be present in this moment, but also to care for someone other than myself.
Wow.
That's nice.
I know. You don't think about cats going out, although, you know, mountain lions, things like that.
Yeah, but you bring your dog with you on the boat and everywhere.
Exactly.
Pepper goes with you.
Exactly. I don't take Pepper at a seaport.
Pepper's not on your shoulder.
No, exactly. JJ says that when adventuring with a cat, be ready to carry most of the weight. They can only walk a little bit of the trail themselves. And if you're looking to take your cat outdoors or train them to wear a harness or a leash, take it one step at a time, slowly, until your furry friend gets comfortable. Why are you laughing?
Your tips there. The tips that you provided. That was just...
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Summer's here and sun-kissed skin is in, so today we're gonna help you get your glow on.
Today's style editor, Bobby Thomas, she's gonna help us all become glow pros with Bobby's best foolproof formulas for every skin tone. We all want the summer glow, and I know the sun isn't the best alternative. Allegedly.
Did that just come out of your mouth?
I know. Can you believe that? I need somebody to capture that.
I know. Honestly, did we record that for later use?
Well, I'm calling these glow getters, and Hoda, you're going to rub on our first product that I'll talk about.
Is this for your face or for
this
your
is
skin?
L'Oreal's Gloomy Lotion. You can use it face or body. This is what I call an illuminator, and I think a lot of people comment on my.
Should she put it there?
You could. It looks fine.
Okay.
You can really show people on the back of your hand. Here, try this one, Jenna. So people ask me a lot, what is the difference between an illuminator and a bronzer?
And what is that?
An illuminator is a formula that's reflective, and it gives you a radiance.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
pretty
really
shiny.
meant to be a bronzer. So you can find bronzers with a little illuminator
Where
in
are you
it.
supposed to put it? What
so
area?
On your
there are 3 ways that you can do this.
Okay.
One, I like it all over, like you saw the girls applying in the video, under my foundation, because sometimes foundation can kind of like take away the sort of dimension of your face.
Yeah.
So the radiance actually brings that sort of glow, and it deflects so fine lines and wrinkles.
By the way, and it's always flawless.
Anyway, so I use an illuminator all over. You can also add illumination to specific points, and I have a face chart we can pop up here.
Okay.
Actually, we're going to talk about in bronzer. But basically, your cheekbones.
Oh, that's where.
And that's where sort of the sun hits. If you have oily skin, you'll want to stick to the illuminator at the Cupid's bow and inside of your eyes.
Okay.
But Drew Barrymore, actually, I love her. On social media, she took her Flower Beauty Spotlight, which you have this thinner tube right here. And she was showing everyone how easy it is to just sort of apply this to specific areas to get that inner glow. And it's 3 shades. And let me tell you, it's hard to get. Well, you only have 1 shade here because it's been flying off the shelf. And both of these products are my drugstore picks that I love. They stand up to so many of the other more expensive products. They're both around $13. So you squeeze the tube, and you can use that to target those areas.
Okay, what about bronzers really quickly?
Okay, so bronzers are really having a moment. Of course, we're getting back out there, and cream bronzers are really trending. So a cream bronzer like this right here, you'll see I have Revolution up here.
5 shades, $8. And what's great is you really want, again, on the face chart, you want to apply it to where the sun hits you, around your hairline, the top of your cheekbones. And this is Mario, of course, Kim Kardashian's infamous makeup artist, who really is all that. I do have to give him a lot of credit. He's applying the bronzer, and he has an entire collection called Soft Sculpt. I'm telling you, ladies, I was beyond impressed. He has the cream bronzer, he has the powder, and if you really want to know how to do that, he essentially kicked off the contour trend.
Oh, he did? He started the whole trend?
It wasn't that he contoured first, it was that putting it on Kim and the way he did it really set it off.
He started, like the same with Feral Girl Summer.
Yeah, right?
He started that. I get it.
Someone said it existed, but not really.
No, but we started it. Yeah, okay, got it.
But he's now moving into what he calls soft sculpt. So I'm trying to tell everybody, go softer, make it look more natural.
Okay. And you've always done that.
Yeah.
Okay, full body glow.
Now look, last but not least, this is where Hoda, you love this kind of stuff. Laura Geller, one of my favorites, she has baked body frosting. It's essentially like a nice bronzer that meets her colors are Tahitian glow, copper, all of this. You spray it with water as a little tip.
Wait,
spray the puff with water, and it will help it go on a little heavier if you want coverage.
Now,
I'm telling you, I'm
obsessed.
obsessed.
Off and on your clothes and when you sit down.
Well, that's why I like this formula, because once I put it on, I put a robe on before I put my clothes on, and any little extra just kind of rubs off. And you see me, I'm always in white dresses, etc.
And it doesn't rub off.
Do you have this on your body?
If you really rub it, I do.
Here?
I have it right here.
Look, beautiful.
I have it on
Bobby,
my legs.
you always bring us the best.
You do. We love you. To see all of Bobby's Glow Pro picks, head to today.com/shop.
That was a great show. Yeah, be sure to join us tomorrow, because guess what? We're going to have another great show.
That's what we do. We have
Every
great
day.
shows. We'll see you then.
It is time for another edition of Q&A Today, where we answer your questions about anything and everything. And we're still thinking of our trip to Hilton Head Island. So we have a summer theme this morning. So are we ready for our first question?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so our first question comes from one of our audience members on Hilton Head Island, Teresa. Al, you can take this one.
Okay.
I'm wondering if you have any trendy summer grilling tips for me.
I don't have any trendy grilling tips, but the one that I think, and Matt Abdu kind of touched on this, people, when they're grilling, they move their meat too much on the grill. If you're doing proteins, whether it's chicken or fish or beef, burgers especially, don't keep flipping it up, back and forth and back. And whatever you do, whether it's a steak or don't press down on it, because like there's a whole trend now, these smash burgers.
Yeah, they are.
I'm not a big fan of that. Just let it sit, and you'll know the meat will let you know when it's time to flip it, because it'll release from the grill, and
it makes it easier
then
to
you
flip
it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Good tip.
Very cool. Yeah.
all right, now Dylan, this one is from you.
Okay.
You, coming from one of our Hilton Head audience members, Lori. Hey, Lori.
I want to know what Dylan's going to do with her kids in the hot city this summer.
It was hot down there, but you were right next to the beach. But so one thing I love to do in the city, kids love water of any kind. So I'll fill up a bucket with water balloons, or I'll, fill up a gallon jug of water, put it in a bag, and just, fill up buckets with cups. And they can sit there for hours, and they naturally get soaking wet, so it cools them down. They don't even realize that they're in the hot sun because they're just nice and cool.
Have you been to Brooklyn Bridge Park? They're all over the city.
Sure.
The water features in all the parks all over the city.
Sprinklers.
My kids love it.
No matter how cold the water is.
They'll do it.
Yeah, they'll do it. All right, Jacob, so we have a viewer question on Instagram for you. This is from Steve. He says, did you always want to be a reporter when you were growing up?
I saw this question. So I brought a visual aid. The answer is yes. Do we have it?
I sure hope
this
so.
Is me with
Look
one
at
hand.
you.
So
Wow.
tips for young
Goodness.
reporters. If you want to be a journalist, keep one hand in the pocket. And that's me also.
Oh, my gosh.
I still do this sometimes when I'm not getting on TV a lot. I just make myself a
You have your own TV.
Wait, Jacob, this is amazing.
That's
Isn't
right.
that crazy?
I like that first picture. You were like a one-man band.
One man
You
band.
shot your own stuff.
OMB. Just trying to be
Very
John.
good.
How old were you?
I was there, I don't know. What did I look like? Probably 7?
Yeah,
8,
That's
8,
great.
7 or 8.
I loved it. Always
Is that
wanted
like
to
an
do
old
it.
JVC?
A dream come true. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Speaking of aspiring journalists, our Today intern Valeria has a great question for Chanel, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Watch this.
Do you have any go-to or favorite interview questions that you have found can get some really interesting answers?
That's a really good
It is a good
question.
question.
You know what I think that I didn't necessarily learn until I got into the business, which is it's not just about the interview when you sit down and you have the conversation with the person. It's what you're saying when you sit down so that they're ready for you when you start. So usually if somebody's coming in,
that's the hardest.
That's the hardest part, because if you just sit down and you start your interview, you're starting
dead.
cold. So I like to ask people where they're from just because I'm genuinely curious, and you learn a lot about a person when you find, like Jay just told me he's from Tulsa. I'm like, wait, my family's from there. You know what I mean? And then you just,
and everybody's nice and comfortable.
Yeah.
Another
There
good
you go.
tip.
Yeah.
So, Jacob, you're
Oh,
a
wait,
guest of
Jacob,
honor.
yeah, your turn.
You packed your bags
I
to
did.
be here today. So why don't you take this next one from our
That's a deal.
viewer, Nikki.
All right.
What's the one thing you always forget to pack?
Oh, hair.
What is that? Forget to pack?
Forget to pack. Hair product. So last night.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I need a haircut. Last night, I got in really late, like 1 a.m., and I realized that so I went to CVS. I had to find a CVS.
Do you have like a regimen for your hair?
I just put a little stuff in, might do a little blow dry from time to time.
Okay.
You never know.
You just don't wake up.
Look at Al's laughing, shaking his head. Why don't we just move on, ladies and gentlemen? Let's cap it off with a question for all of us from another Hilton Head Island viewer, Lori. Lori, save me, please.
Ah, that's funny.
I'm dying to know what your favorite summer cocktail is.
Oh.
All right.
Who's first?
Let's
Go ahead.
I've been on a margarita kick
Same.
lately. I've just been with the
Spicy or
salt-
no spicy?
No spice.
Oh, I do
We have
spicy.
cocktails.
Straight up
How
margarita.
about you?
Mine's called the Gold Rush. We discovered it at a
Oh.
party we threw this weekend.
What's
It's got
in
a
it?
little bourbon. It's got a splash of lime.
Right.
All right.
And it's
Dill?
yummy.
Oh, you have the spicy margarita.
I got a spicy, a little
Is
hot.
that one of your go-tos?
Spicy marg. Cheers,
What's
guys.
yours? Is that water?
Well, no, it's not water. And of course, I mean, I talk about the Aperol Spritz, but
Oh my God, it's
my
amazing.
drink of choice, discovered a few summers ago, the gin and tonic.
Oh, okay.
I've heard of
This
it.
is so good.
This is really spicy.
And I forgot to say honey simple syrup.
I think
really
we need
spicy.
to.
You don't
I
like
think we need
spicy.
to end the show like this every
Oh
day.
my gosh.
Oh, this is fantastic.
This is
Remember what
amazing.
happened last time we
Last time we did this, it was Christmas. I was here. I was wasted.
Exactly. I think exactly.
But is it a waste?
Not
Not really.
The joy that we had. Yeah.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for the questions, ladies and gentlemen.
We are getting you ready for summer, and what better way to celebrate warmer weather than a backyard party? Today, contributor Elizabeth Heiskell's here. She has some quick and easy ideas to help us entertain. No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. You know, the thing is about summer entertaining that makes it so easy and fun is that, you know, you don't have to do it inside. You're going to go outside. Mother Nature's already decorated everything for you. You don't have to worry about dust bunnies under your couch.
I like a paper plate, too.
Yes,
Can we just say amen to a paper
We've
plate?
got amazing paper plates. So we're going to start with burgers. And these aren't just your average burgers. Honey, we are going to stuff these with pimento cheese.
I know.
Two of my favorite things in the entire world.
By the way, you're speaking the Southerner Genevieve.
I know. Please
language
look at them. They're so excited. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and give them
But they want the pimento.
and the pickles.
She wants
Don't
the
forget
pickles.
the pickles.
One of the best days of my life.
Other than the children. So now the thing you need to remember is that you don't want to overstuff this. I mean, you want to because we love it so much, but if you do too much,
Well, wait a minute,
it's
okay.
just going to ooh and goo everywhere.
It's ground beef.
Yes.
Okay,
I guess I
season
should have
however
started
you
there.
do.
Okay,
Well,
I got
don't know.
excited about the
I know,
pimento
but
cheese. So it's onions, it's ketchup, it's a little bit of egg to help bind it, salt and pepper.
Okay.
We're going to add that in here.
All
So
right.
you can go ahead and start
All right,
that. Why
I'll
don't
do
you
it.
do that?
I'll do that.
And I'm getting to my part that I'm so excited
Okay,
about.
me too.
And then we're going to take our other patty, we're going to put it on top. Now you just want to press and seal. Press and seal.
Okay.
Make sure that you get that really, really sealed, because otherwise, when we get over here to this pan, it's going to turn into a mess.
So you used a melon scooper, not an ice cream scooper. A melon scooper is the right amount of cheese.
It really is. It really is.
All right.
Okay, now we want to make sure we got to get this pan as hot as the hinges of hell. I mean, it has got to be so damn hot.
That's hot.
Because otherwise, it is not going to get that beautiful crust.
All right.
Let it
Got
sit.
it. Check.
Let it sit.
Yes.
Don't start bothering it with this spatula. Leave it alone. I always see people in there scraping.
Yeah,
and
I like to do a
scratching.
nice press down.
No, you don't know. You press down and you lose all the juices. The juices stay in.
Okay.
So now we have our gorgeous
Can
burger.
I stop doing that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
We're going to build this burger.
But wait, the hot pan, isn't it going to get burned on the outside? How do I make sure it cooks through?
No. You want that caramelized crust. I mean, that's what the burger, that's the best part of it. So it's perfectly fine. We're going to go about 7 minutes on each side. That'll be done and ready to go.
Got it.
Now, we're just going to add bacon. We've got some bread and butter pickles. You don't need to go mucking this up with a bunch of stuff.
What
It's
about
already-
sauce? Like,
I mean, you can.
A dry bun?
I mean, if you want that, you can have it. A little bit of mayonnaise is fine. A little bit of ketchup. But you've got all that good pimento inside. You don't need to
Okay,
do
wait,
whole
let's
lot
get a
to this.
verdict from the taste test.
You could put a little more pimento on top.
You could put pimento on top.
There's never enough
Absolutely,
pimento,
absolutely.
right?
Now, this is our cornbread salad. I mean, I'm telling you, it will make potato salad look like a fool. It is the finest thing. And I know it sounds strange.
It looks so pretty.
But kind of think croutons. Think cornbread croutons is where I'm going with this.
Mm-hmm.
And then you layer up all the good stuff. You've got cheese, you've got bacon, you've got ranch dressing.
Yes.
I mean, there ain't anything better.
Say
and
amen.
Then, I mean, seriously, we've got a little bit of fresh corn, layer, and then let it sit. Let it all that goodness soak in.
Was there
with
a
this,
trick to
and
making it look
is
so pretty and
divine.
getting a layer like
Well,
that?
no, I mean, it's super simple. You
Layer.
can start with your cornbread and then you add all of your other things and then continue to layer it up, and it'll be that pretty.
All right.
Now we're getting to my favorite part, and that's the cocktail.
Yeah.
Woo! So we've got some watermelon mojitos, but look what we're gonna do. So you have your watermelon. We got to cut it out anyway. So why don't we just save it? I mean, let's leave this. We're going to pull this,
You're
and
just
then we're
scooping it.
going to make this
Oh, yeah,
fabulous
yeah.
little cooler. Is that not adorable?
Yeah, we'll show that in a
and
minute.
you can even get a bigger watermelon if you want. We're going to keep. You want to keep scooping?
Sure.
Okay, we'll let you scoop for just a second.
Sure.
So all we do is we do a simple syrup with sugar, mint, and water. We're going to cook that down, let it cool.
What do you mean cook?
We're going to boil.
Like put it,
We're
you're
gonna
going to heat
boil-
this up?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry. We're going to make a simple syrup first when we're
Okay.
making the drink. I'm going to go back
Okay.
to talking about the drink.
Okay.
So we have our water, we have our sugar, and a little bit of mint. Let that cook it, let it melt, and then we're gonna cool it.
Okay.
And then we add that to our frozen watermelon chunks. Once we take this out of here, we want to put this in the freezer, let it freeze, and then we're gonna put it all in the blender and blend it up. So it's
Okay.
a frozen cocktail. We'll top it with a little bit of club soda. Here is our absolutely beautiful
This
watermelon.
is so cute. So you just scooped it out and made an ice bucket.
Exactly.
Guys.
And now look, the thing is though, is that you want, I love this. This is it's a gift to bring to your hostess. You want to know how to be a good guest so that you can invite it back. I mean, if you were raised right, you know to bring something.
Of course.
And so this is one of my favorites. It's paper plates, adorable paper plates, and then the little tag says, "Oh, let me do the dishes." So you bring that,
That's
you've
so
got the
cute.
paper plates. Isn't that
That's funny.
adorable? And there are lots of really fun ones. Like, look at the ones they've got. So they've got these wonderful bamboo plates.
Love bamboo.
You can throw it away. Nobody's going to be in the kitchen cussing because they were left to do all the dishes.
It's so fun. I didn't even know you were doing this paper plates thing, and that's the first thing I thought of. If you're outside, paper plates.
You've got to.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does make it so much more simple. And that's what summer's about. Summer is easy, laid back, and fun.
Did y'all taste that drink?
Yes.
Even the mocktail is good. I don't know how you did it.
Burger's
Elizabeth,
great.
thank you. Recipesoftoday.com/food.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're firing up the grill to help you dive into the holiday weekend, and joining us is pitmaster and now author, finally, Kevin Bloodsoe. Just released Bloodsoe's barbecue cookbook, his very first. Kev, good morning. It's so great to have you. What do you want readers to know about this great cookbook when they buy it for their fathers for Father's Day?
I just want to let you know this book is family. That's what it's all about. Father's Day, Memorial Day, it's like Sunday dinner. Every page on that book is like Sunday dinner. Open it up, enjoy it, enjoy your family, so show some love, and use those recipes and eat good.
And your recipes start, you were in Compton as a kid to stay out of trouble. You would go visit your grandma in Texas. Of course. And she taught you the slow and low Texas barbecue way, and you've made a whole career out of it.
I've been doing it low and slow like
Show
a
us how to
6'4"
do
ever
it.
since.
You're the master.
I'm gonna whip up this rub right quick for y'all and keep it fast. A little pepper, a little cumin, a little garlic.
You got a secret to this, or is this what you use?
Oh, yeah, I ain't gonna tell y'all everything, but I'm gonna tell y'all a little bit of it. A little garlic salt.
Is this my brew right here?
Yeah, that's your brew.
Good looking out.
Where's my cognac? A little chili powder.
We got the eaters over there tasting it. Guys, you can just jump right in.
Y'all eating good today.
What's the key to the rub? Both sides, right?
Both sides, and then the balance of the sugar and the salt.
Yep.
You know, a lot of people take it so serious, man. Have some fun when you barbecue. Look at all these beautiful people out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you have to have a smoker? Can you make your type of food without owning a smoker?
I mean, well, you know, the book, that's the best thing about the book, of course, because it shows you how to do the same thing on a Weber grill, a damn hibachi, or whatever you need. You can do it on whatever.
It's
you
cooking
know.
with soul.
Yeah, it's all about cooking. And,
Where's
you know,
Big Mama parked right now? Not double parked on 48?
Nah. She's in L.A. right now.
Okay. Kev's got a portable smoker that has, like, how many 20 briskets you can do?
No, 75 briskets.
Okay, 75. Well, I eat 20 of them. All right, let's move it down. You got them. Oh, so the mustard is just really to hold this.
Yeah, just to hold everything on there.
I don't really even taste it.
Even that chicken is so
Oh
moist.
my God!
Yeah,
like I said, there's a lot of
that's
sugar
a
in this.
Generous amount.
Oh yeah, you gotta make that.
All right, let's keep it moving. So how long are you gonna cook it on the grill, Kev?
I'm gonna put it on here low and slow like a 6'4" for about. For about 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Yeah.
Nice. All right.
And then when they get done, we gonna get down and we gonna eat.
What do you like to eat with the ribs? You got it.
I like potato salad. I like mac and
Carson, you
cheese.
have to
I like
try this,
greens. I
Carson.
like all that.
All right, we only got about a minute left.
Try it.
All right,
You got egg in here?
I got an egg right here. Let me whip this up. Yeah.
All right, you can do that. How about the
Get
chicken?
my hands dirty.
What a way to kick off.
And the thing about potato salad, don't put no pecans in your damn potato salad. I'll tell you that right now.
You got to pick up the cookbook, man. It is awesome. It's got great stories. You're crushing it. In California, where I grew up, nobody did barbecue. Kev is the man. He brought it. He brought barbecue. All we knew was quinoa and kale. Finally, we got barbecue. Thanks to Bloodsoe Barbecue.
Thanks, man.
So be sure and check it out. And thank you. He's going to come back next hour. All these recipes are at today.com/food. Find Bloodsoe's barbecue cookbook at today.com/shop.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/plan your vote today.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's talk about your health now. It's time for Superfood Friday, and today we're talking dessert.
Joy Bauer is here to show us how to sneak superfoods into 3 sweet summer treats. Somehow you did it, and I can't wait to eat it all.
So the first superfood is the raspberry, and I love raspberries because they're one of the highest fiber fruits in town.
I didn't know that.
8 grams of fiber per 1 cup. That's a huge amount. So fiber aids in digestion, it keeps you feeling full, and it also enhances heart health. And interestingly enough, the plant compounds within raspberries also can boost memory.
Nice.
So what we're going to do is we're going to make a no-bake dessert pizza. Look at this beauty.
So pretty.
So all we do is we start with our watermelon. You slice it just like that. You make, 4 different quarters.
Easy enough.
I'm going to add on a little bit of yogurt.
Nice,
and Dylan,
just Greek yogurt?
Put on some toasted pecans. And of course,
I
dark
went right for
chocolate
the
chips.
chocolate.
It needs some chocolate chips.
Yes.
It's a dessert. And this is some toasted coconut.
Nice.
And so it's so fun. It's really easy to do. And you could really put on whatever toppings you want. Let's put on a little.
If you have friends over and you present that, how cool is that?
They think you are so clever, and it's very simple and delicious.
This looks like my jam. What is this?
So the next superfood is a peach.
Okay.
Peaches are great. They are juicy. They're refreshing. They scream summer, and they're more than 85% water, which means they're super hydrating. They also have plant compounds that have been shown in some small studies to reduce the occurrence of breast cancer.
Really?
Yeah. So we
Really?
have to keep on top of that.
Thank you.
What are we going to make with a peach? We are going to make
peach cobbler.
a southern peach crumble.
How do you make a healthy peach cobbler?
And I did it.
Crumble.
There's way less sugar. So
Okay,
here,
okay.
I skipped a step, and I'm actually using frozen sliced peaches, and I mix it with some vanilla
That doesn't taste
extract, a
healthy at
little
all.
bit. It is.
Really?
I do add a little bit of maple syrup in here, but not too much, and I think all the other flavors. The peaches are what's shining through.
Right.
This went in the oven for about 30 minutes, and then you have the crumble. The crumble is ground flax seeds.
No way.
And it's
Really?
almond flour and oats, so it's gluten-free, and it's actually vegan as well. And then
Wow.
you just pop this in the oven, and you get
This
a
is-
delicious southern
And the peaches
peach
are
crumble.
so sweet this time of year that
Exactly.
you don't need that extra
and you
sugar.
can use the frozen peaches in the
Really?
winter as well.
This
yes.
is amazing,
Delicious.
Joy. Okay, we have one
So
minute left.
this you're gonna love.
Is this a milkshake?
This is all about lime.
Okay.
Lime is great. It's packed with vitamin C, which is wonderful for the complexion. It also helps to increase plant-based iron, which is important because a lot of people are eating vegan meals right now.
Right.
So what do you do when you have a key lime? You make key lime pie milkshake.
Never heard of it. That sounds amazing.
So it with no added sugar.
Right.
So what we have here is almond milk with dates. Dates are going to puree and give it a nice natural sweetness, and we have vanilla extract and some ice cubes.
Okay.
And then we're going to add a little secret ingredient. No, we're not even gonna. We're gonna fake it. You can take this off. We're gonna add cauliflower.
What?
We're gonna add lime zest
That's
and
cauliflower?
lime juice, and then we're gonna garnish
Why does
it
this
with.
blender have a child lock on it?
I know. Okay,
You
wait.
just put
Here we go.
cauliflower in my smoothie.
Here we go. There.
Are we
You're not
ready?
gonna taste it. Taste
Try it.
that thing.
Really?
This is lime juice. Lots of vitamin C. Is that good?
Wow, that's refreshing.
like it.
It's
that's
thick
delicious.
and it's creamy
This
and
woman
it's
just
good
put
for you.
cauliflower in a drink.
I would,
Cheers.
who even thinks of doing that?
I
That's
do.
wonderful. Joy, thank you so much for these
You got it.
recipes. Go to today.com/food.
This week, we've been checking off our summer bucket list.
And if you've been thinking about hosting a dinner party, we've got some ideas you can easily throw together this weekend. And we hear, Jenna, there is a BLT bar.
Just like what we need is
involved.
more pork. Okay, my kind of party. And here to tell us about that and more is Nathan Turner, author of I Love California, Design and Entertaining the West Coast Way. Hey, Nathan.
Hey, Nathan.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Nathan. I'm a fan of your design. You're very talented, but you're also great at throwing a party. So we've already had a hot dog meets a apple pie together this morning.
You guys are way ahead of me. And say hi to Tina the plant for me as well.
I know, we
She's
will.
doing well.
Okay, can we start with cocktails? Every good party needs a drink.
Cocktails. It's one of the most important things. Summer in a glass is my favorite. Sangria, everyone loves it, but I make it with white wine or champagne. This is white wine, peaches, grapes. It's super summery.
Oh, yum.
This is another one of my favorites. Basically, it's like a really great margarita bar, but you put a bunch of fresh fruit on ice, let people make their own. You can make it non-alcoholic if you want. You can have vodka, tequila, whatever. Muddle it all into a glass, and it's really fun, too.
Yum, that looks great. So flowers are a big part of decorating, I know. But today in New York City, the heat index is 106, and I'm not making that up.
Yeah, it's a little warm.
So what kind of flowers hold up outside in the summer?
I always say go in your backyard and see what you have. I didn't have these in my backyard, but stuff like sunflowers are really hardy. Greens, take a branch from one of your trees in the backyard and make a big arrangement out of it, and it's really pretty and holds up to this heat.
Okay, so evidently colorful gingham is having a moment, which we can see on your tables with the green and the yellow. What's a way to elevate our table decor?
Well, here's a couple ideas. Gingham is having a moment, and don't be afraid to mix match. I have yellow and green and large and small checks, and then also I do these little like votives. These are really inexpensive and easy to make. Take a plain votive, dip it in a little bit of paint, and then leave it out to dry, and you have custom colored votives.
Oh, that's so cool and easy.
We've all used these little bamboo cutlery, and you can put a little bit of decorative tape, and it all ties into your color scheme. Obviously today I'm doing a really cheerful green and yellow.
Where do you get that bamboo cutlery? You can just get it online somewhere?
Oh, you can get online. Honestly, I find it at most supermarkets at this point.
Do you ever use
Sorry,
I was going to ask if you ever use the IKEA Swedish meatball candles, but no.
Swedish meatball
It's a whole other thing.
IKEA has a Swedish meatball candle. It doesn't really
callback.
smell like a meatball, though. Well,
sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. This is one of the only disposable items I like. I'm a big fan of outdoor dishes like melamine, or in this case, these metal dishes from Barnlight Electric. You can use them over and over again, and you just can't break them. And they look great.
Okay, so what they do, they look really pretty, and your tablescape is gorgeous. So what's a good option for food right now when it's super hot?
Well, yeah, it's summer, and one of my favorite ingredients of the summer is tomatoes. So why not make basically a BLT station that I have here? I took a cutting board, put a little bit of craft paper on top so I can label everything, have all these gorgeous heirloom tomatoes, bacon, avocado. My favorite, might freak people out, avocado, tomato, and anchovy.
You had me till the anchovy part.
You can hold the anchovies.
I lose a lot of people there. But this is also great for people that don't eat meat, or you can, everyone loves a build your own.
Sure. Yeah, and those tomatoes, the key to the BLT is a good, hearty, crisp
really
tomato.
good.
You don't want it to be mushy. Now, what are we doing with our ice cream outside at the party, Nathan?
And desserts. I love an ice cream sandwich. Nothing screams summer more, but why not make it with some alternative ingredients? I have waffles, donuts, Rice Krispie treats. And here's a great little tip to put them on ice. These are just 2 sheet pans, and you can put the larger one with ice and layer it with the smaller one. It keeps it cool.
Just a genius.
Yeah,
and
that looks
do I see
great.
some pies in there?
I
Some
know,
mini
we've
pies?
been really craving an apple
Everyone
pie.
loves pie, but why not make it portable? Hand pies.
Yum.
Make a little hand pie, a little bit of whipped cream in there, and there's all kinds of different flavors in here.
Wow. Oh, that looks so good. Nathan, such great ideas. Stay cool. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thanks, guys.
You need to go to his dinner
Yes,
parties.
I know.
Yeah.
His dinner parties look fun.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All right, so if you have family and friends that are coming over for a barbecue, we have a fun game you may want to try.
Okay, let's bring on the backyard barbecue battle. All right, and here to host it, our wannabe pit master, Gavin.
Okay, guys, this
How's
is
it
a
work,
serious battle here. Here's how it's going to work. When we say go, we're going to start. We're going to put on our aprons. Then we're going to run over here. We have to flip 3 burgers with these giant spatulas.
Huge that is.
I know.
Okay.
Then we run over here and we play everyone's favorite backyard game. We're going to have to make 3 beanbags in the cornhole.
I love cornhole.
Yup. Then we're going to head over here. We got to put on flippers, goggles, and a pool float. And then it ends at our little kiddie pool. Hidden in there is a #1 gold medal. Whoever finds it first is our big winner,
Well, look,
Jenna.
I want to
hold
point out what
on.
Jenna's doing.
Hold on.
This is called
Okay.
preparing or cheating.
Are we ready to battle?
We're ready.
We're ready.
Okay. On our marks. Get set. Go. And they're off. Oh, they got the aprons on. Now we need to flip 3 burgers here with our big spatula.
Can you do them at the same time?
Nope, one at a time here.
You never said
if
that.
you could do it, that's true. Oh,
One?
Yeah.
That was a 3 flip.
I think that's a
Sorry.
good flip.
That's
Yeah,
why
you're
they
good.
got.
You're good. On to the cornhole.
Oops, sorry
I
about
want
that.
that
Cornhole. We
hamburger,
need to
by the way.
make 3 in the hole.
Easy.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's got 1.
Oh, no.
No,
Goodbye,
no.
Jenna. Oh, no.
She's off.
I'm going to walk.
Jenna.
I'm still going to be here.
That's 1 in for Jenna.
Oh, no.
Now, hold on. We got to...
I'm just taking my time.
Okay.
Goggles.
Did you get 3 in?
Sure. She was close enough.
Thank you, Gavin.
Did you get 3 in?
Are these for kids?
Yeah.
They're really cute.
Okay. So we're getting our flippers.
Are these
and
size
goggles.
9
You've
and a
got
half?
the flamingo. Jenna, you've got the cool duck.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Come on, Jenna.
Okay.
Come on, I'm going to come with you.
How do we do that? We bring
just
it?
get in. We just carry it around our waist.
Jenna's at the pool first.
Into the blue ball.
Gold medal.
Blue balls.
You know what? Can I share it? Because I feel a little...
Why? Because you didn't finish cornhole or the other one?
No. I didn't finish the cornhole, so...
Was it fun? Okay.
Happy summer.
Happy summer, y'all. This is fun.
All right, we kind of both win.
Look how it's...
I think this is what Feral Girl Summer looks like.
It does.
Right?
It's fun.
I
It's
agree.
wild. You don't care.
Okay.
Okay, I have been bursting to talk to Viola Davis. She is, to me, just stunning, the kind of person you want to get to know on so many levels. Yes, she is arguably one of the most talented actors in the business, winner of an Academy Award, and now she's only a Grammy away from having the coveted EGOT, the Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. But I couldn't wait to hear from Viola, the woman, the one who survived an unthinkable childhood, the one who witnessed abuse and endured hardships so painful few people would have survived. But Viola, she overcame, she persevered, and she grew. How? She talks about all of it in her new memoir, Finding Me. Just talking to Viola, I wept in admiration, in awe, and in celebration.
Hi, Hoda. I can't.
I can't. Wait. It's highlighted. It's dog-eared. I bound your book, the PDF, and made a little book out of it so I could carry it with me.
Oh.
Can I just tell you something? It is so meaningful and beautiful and touching, and I don't even know how to describe it, but it moved me to my very core. My very core. It's so incredible. I mean,
Thank you.
I thought I knew you, and then I read this. And now I'm like, wow, I'm so moved. And I'm also kind of mad at myself because I've interviewed you so many times and I realized I must not have ever asked the right questions because this book is just so full of you. So let me ask you how it feels during this moment. Here you are. You've put your life on the page and you're handing it out like a piece of your heart and you're saying, this is me.
Yes.
How does that part feel in this moment?
Terrifying. It really does. It's a lot of fear, you know, because I'm putting my life out there for the world to judge, observe. You know, it's like that old saying, I know what I said, I just don't know what you heard. And I know what I wrote, I just don't know how it's going to be received. And I think that is really ultimately what happens when you make yourself vulnerable. It's like running naked in a crowded stadium. So it's terrifying.
Well, it is so full of heart and soul. Let me just start by saying, and I think I speak for a lot of people in America, I did not know what you have endured in your life as a young girl. I knew that you had struggles. I did not know you grew up hungry. What does that mean to grow up hungry?
The hunger was just one part of it. It's growing up hungry. It's growing up exposed to that level of abuse. It's growing up feeling like an outsider. The thing about being hungry is you don't think about anything else. You get to school at 8. By 8:15, you're falling asleep. You're listening to people who say, oh, my mom made me breakfast this morning. I didn't want that cereal. And you're thinking, you didn't eat your cereal? You had cereal with milk? You know, your brain chemistry changes. How you perceive the world changes. And I'll tell you the worst part of all of it is the deep, deep shame. Because how do you tell someone that you're hungry? How do you say that to a teacher who's worried about maybe your grades, how you're progressing in class? It's a basic human need that's not being fulfilled, and there's so much shame around it because you feel like, why isn't it being fulfilled?
There was a line in your book where you said, like, one of your friends came over to your house, opened the fridge, and asked if you were moving because there was nothing in there.
Yeah.
How did you find food? How did you find your basic needs so you could continue on your day?
You find it. You know, what I started to remember, because it's memory, right? When you go back and it hits you. It's different almost than nostalgia. But so the memory is people who gave you money on the street. I would go up to people and say, do you have a quarter? Do you have 50 cents? It's going to soup kitchens, Catholic churches, friendships where you know parents are going to make 3 meals a day. So you form those friendships. You go over to that house and you wait for the meal.
Wow. I mean, there was this other part of the book, I think it's a chapter you entitled Running.
Yeah.
And you were literally, as you call it, hunted down by young boys chasing you, calling you the N-word. You were like, in a sense, running for your life.
Yeah.
In those moments, I can't imagine that was happening day after day, that kind of horrific bullying.
It was day after day. That's what it felt like. Now, was I actually running for my life? Would they actually have killed me? I don't know about that. But that's what it felt like. It's just like anxiety. They say anxiety is just fear of death. What I realized from a very early age was I was born in a world that I just didn't fit into. And I did not have the language to understand the power of race the power of being dark-skinned, the potency of being different. The power of that is just not how I was defined by those 8 or 9 boys. It's how the world defined me. It's that fear of being black, what black meant in this powerful caste system we have of how you treat people based on perceived value and worth. And I was worthless. That's what it told me. I was a child. Children cannot deal with the abstract, right? We don't have those building blocks. And so it felt like I was running for my life, and I didn't have any arms to run into. So I was just running.
And when you say no arms to run into, you describe, it's so poetic and sad. It like struck me over and over in my heart. But you even talked about how there weren't enough pages in the book to chronicle all of the fights that went on inside your home, what you were, what you bore witness to, what you felt helpless, I would imagine, as a kid watching this in front of you.
You do. It's the last of the acceptable violences is domestic violence. Nobody really cares. I'll tell you that. I think it's a complicated issue to deal with. And so what happens is you sort of sweep it under the rug. It becomes your sort of dirty secret.
Yeah.
But every time you faced it, it is absolutely traumatic. If I felt like I was running for my life from the 8 or 9 boys, I felt then I had to go into a home where I was running from my life. That's what it felt like when I would witness the violence between my mom and dad. And I keep remembering these moments of violence that even happened at night in the middle of the street, and not one window opened. No one came out to help. And I look back on that now because as a kid, we prayed that no one would see us. And then as an adult, I'm looking back and go, why didn't anybody see us or help us? Or did they see us? It becomes that complicated.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What was your survival technique, like to live day in and day out in a home that felt like that, and to go to school in a situation that felt like that? You had to have some place where you, little Viola, went to live. How did you transport yourself?
Well, little Viola had a whole technique of leaving my body. It was pretty awesome, by the way.
Tell me.
I'd always go into the bathroom, and I would stay there for the longest time. And I had a whole thing where I just would focus on one part of my body, usually my finger, and I'd shut everything down. And after a certain amount of time, I literally would leave my body and I'd go up to the ceiling, I'd turn around and I would look at myself.